Good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Mid-Suffolk Planning Committee. I am Councillor Sarah Mansell and I will be chairing the meeting today. This meeting will be broadcast on our YouTube channel and will be capable of repeated viewing. The meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you intend to do so, please could you inform the committee clerk. May I please request that mobile phones are put on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. If you hear the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Alderman Park. Staff will assist individuals requiring support evacuating the building. First of all, some introductions. On my left-hand side, we have the Chief Planning Officer, Phil Isbell. We have the Area Planning Manager, Gemma Walker. And we have Case Officer, Mariana Hall. Behind them, we have our Legal Advisor, Ian Dupre. And we have Governance Officers, Claire Philpott, Mandy Smith and Beth Webb, keeping the meeting in order. On my right are members of the committee who will be making the decision. We also have one of our members who is the ward member for our first case. She is sitting opposite me, but will be moving for the other cases. And one of our committee members is on a delayed train, should be here in about 10 minutes. So we're going to make a start with the agenda. First of all, with apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Elkin and Councillor Stringer is substituting. And we have apologies from Councillor Hicks, who may be joining us later. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any to declare? Thank you. Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. I think I've been lobbied on item number 1. Has everybody? Any other lobbying?
Lavinia, have you been lobbied? Yeah, okay, thank you. It's everybody.
Item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Any of those to declare? No. Item number 5, MPL 26 number 5, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 15th of July 2026, contained in the table papers.
Oh, sorry.
It's not in the contained in the table papers, it's in the main agenda. Sorry, that's a cut and paste job. So the minutes of the last meeting. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? If not, then could I have a proposer to accept those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Hardingham. And seconder? Councillor Warboys, thank you. The Governance Officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Lavinia, you can vote on this item. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 5 votes for and 1 abstention. That's carried.
Thank you. The minutes of the meeting have now been confirmed and they will be signed in due course. Item number 6, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
And then item number 7, site inspections.
None received.
Thank you. Before we move to item number 8, which is our schedule of planning applications, I'm just going to ask our Chief Planning Officer to make a comment about the imminent publication of new planning regulations.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. The expectation that officers have is that the government will issue an update to the National Planning Policy Framework at some point this week. We don't have a precise indication of when, and thankfully it wasn't yesterday as far as we know. And the expectation is that that will radically change the impact of planning policies as applied nationally Within the draft, the government did propose that where national policies come about, they will take precedence in terms of weight over local policies, and clearly were that to happen after this meeting, but before the issue of a decision, the proper thing for the planning authority to do would be to take account of those changed policies. In these slightly unusual circumstances, what officers will be proposing for each item this morning is that there is a specific delegation to allow for the review of those national policies and to then embrace whatever may be the result of that review in consultation with the chairman, such that if there are any material changes, the application is reported back to committee with advice on the national policy as it will then stand, or if there are no material changes, to proceed with the determination but to have regard to the national policy and the local policy as they apply. Apologies, that's a slightly convoluted way of explaining this, but the key point is that the meeting today does not actually decide the application. That decision takes place when officers procedurally issue the notice, and therefore at that point it is essential that the planning authority has regard to the relevant policies when it makes its decision. As you will understand, this is a matter that will be of interest to members across the council, so we will be arranging training sessions for members generally, and we will do that probably later on in July, because for those of you who have read the draft, the structure of the new NPPF is expected to be radically different, with a series of development management policies which will be the policies that apply and will need to be considered in the light of our joint local plan and other saved policies. So a slightly confusing picture with policy. We will be providing briefings to members directly, but in terms of day-to-day application processing, officers will obviously need to take stock of what your decisions today arrive at, and if that document is published before the decision is issued, take account of whatever the new policy direction is, and where there are material changes, bring the matter back, or where there are no material changes, proceed to a decision having regard to that in consultation with the chairman. So, Chairman, I think that's probably as brief and as succinct as I can be in the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're still hoping that Councillor Carter, we don't know if he's here yet.
We can pause for another couple of minutes.
We could just pause for a couple of minutes because he did say he should be here in about 10 minutes, about 10 minutes ago. So I'd just like to pause if we can. Maybe we can just see if he's in the building. Thank you. So we'll just pause for a...
might be.
Good timing. We'll just wait for him to get settled. Thank you, and welcome, Councillor Carter. I just need to ask you if you have any pecuniary interests or disclosable interests to declare.
No interests.
And have you been lobbied
Yes, I've had emails.
on item number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And have you made any personal site inspections?
No.
Right, thank you. So I think we can now proceed with item 8A, DC 25-02757, the former Crown Chicken Factory, the street in Weybred. So, as I've already said, Councillor Haddingham is the ward member. She will not take part in the debate or vote on this item. And I will now invite Marianne Hall to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. This is a full application for the demolition of the existing buildings on the site and the construction of an egg incubatory building, an associated vehicle wash and store building, and 4 dwellings at the former Crown Chicken Factory site on the street in Weybred. Just to draw your attention to the table papers, there's table papers for this item which summarise 6 additional objections that have been received. As noted in the papers, these are not considered to raise any additional points to those contained within the published committee report. So the application is referred to committee as it includes the erection of industrial building with a floor space that exceeds the relevant threshold, and in accordance with the scheme of delegation must therefore be determined by the planning committee. The member site visit was carried out on the 1st of July. And just to highlight, this presentation provides an introduction and additional illustration of some of the points within the published committee report. It does not supplant the committee report and acts merely as a springboard for debate. So this is an aerial view of the site and surroundings, and a wider aerial view showing the site in relation to the existing pattern of development in the village. Weybred does not have a settlement boundary, and the site is therefore within the countryside for planning purposes. In terms of other constraints, there is a Grade 2 listed building known as Greystone House immediately adjacent to the site to the northwest. Adjacent to the site to the southeast is the Crown Inn, which is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset. There are public footpaths to the southeast of the site and further distant to the northwest, as shown here, and the site is within the Hartismere Water Resource Zone. In terms of flood risk, the site is within flood zone 1, so there's therefore a very low risk of fluvial flooding. There are areas of land within the site, as shown here, at risk of surface water flooding. These are predominantly located on and around the footprints of the existing factory buildings and on the agricultural land to the east and south. Members will note from section 9 of the report we have an acceptable flood risk assessment and drainage strategy for the development, and there are no concerns regarding the proposal in terms of flood risk. The application site is shown here outlined in red with other land within the applicant's ownership in blue. The site includes the complex of the former factory together with agricultural land to the east and south of this. The site also includes part of the land to the rear of the Crown Inn and part of the rear garden of the dwelling adjacent, known as Rose Cottage, both of which are in the applicant's ownership. The site therefore contains both brownfield or previously developed land and greenfield land. These plans show the existing site layout and the proposed demolition. The processing factory ceased operating in November 2019. All of the former factory buildings and associated structures are to be demolished as shown in red. The existing buildings to be demolished have a total gross internal floor space of approximately 5,500 square metres. In terms of the proposals, the egg incubatory building would be an L-shaped structure as shown here, with a separate vehicle wash and store building located towards the southwest corner of the site. There are 2 existing accesses from the street. The eastern access would serve the incubatory facility and the western access would serve the residential development. The 4 dwellings proposed would be along the site frontage. This is a closer-up view of the proposed commercial element. So a staff car park would be located in front of the incubatory building, with the access road then looping around the building on its western side, leading to a large area of hard standing at the rear. comprising the service yard. The proposed vehicle wash and store building would be sited adjacent to the service yard. Eggs would be brought to the site for incubation, and following the incubation period, which is approximately 14 days, the eggs would then be transferred off-site for hatching, so no livestock would be kept on-site. These are the elevations of the proposed incubatory building. So the top image is the north elevation that would face towards the street. The egg incubatory building would have a floor space of 10,406 square metres, and the maximum height of the building would be 9.3 metres with an eaves height of 6.7. The building would be finished in grey vertical profile cladding with areas of dark grey and light grey panelling. This is the proposed floor plan of the building, which will include an amenity and plant area as labelled on the slide. There would be 184 setters, which are the incubators, and the maximum number of eggs on site at any one time would be approximately 14.75 million. The proposed vehicle wash and storage building is shown here. It would have a floor space of around 330 square metres. The ridge height is approximately 7.7 metres, with the eaves at 6.1 metres. And similar to the incubation building, it would be finished in grey vertical profile cladding. This is the floor plan of the vehicle wash and store. Turning now to the residential element of the scheme, this is a closer-up view of the layout of the proposed houses along the site frontage. The 4 dwellings would comprise 2 detached 4-bedroom houses at either end of the row, and a pair of semi-detached 3-bedroom houses in the middle. The dwellings would all be open market units. Each property would have adjacent parking, including an EV charging point and a shed for cycle storage. And the depths of the rear gardens would range between 11.7 metres and 16.6 metres. Plots 1 and 4, which are the detached dwellings at either end of the row, would be finished in red-facing brickwork with dark grey cedral cladding to the front gable projection. The roofs would be finished with red concrete pantiles. And these are the floor plans for those dwellings, 1 and 4. And then plots 2 and 3 are the semi-detached dwellings. They'd have the same red-facing brickwork as plots 1 and 4, but with the front gable projections finished in cream-painted render. And the roof tiles would again be the same as plots 1 and 4. All dwellings would have solar panels on the rear roof slopes. This street scene drawing shows the proposed development in relation to the adjacent listed building, Greystone House, which is on the right of the image, with the Crown Inn and the neighbouring cottages to the left of the proposed dwellings, as you view the site from the street. The proposed incubatory building is also shown behind the dwellings. I'll now just run through some site photos. So these are taken from the street looking towards the site. The left-hand photo shows the existing vehicular access which would serve the dwellings. And then moving further south along the street with the Crown Inn visible on the left. The left-hand photo also shows the existing vehicular access which would serve the incubatory facility. So that was the main access for the factory when it was operational. Did I skip one there? Some photographs taken looking into the site showing some of the buildings to be demolished. As you can see, the existing buildings vary in scale and form. The taller building you can see in the photographs is a little over 11 metres in height, and there are some lower buildings that range between approximately 6 and 9 metres tall. These images show the site in relation to the adjacent listed building. So the top image from the street view is of Greystone House and its outbuilding looking towards the site. And the bottom image is looking from the site towards the listed building, which is highlighted by the yellow arrow. These are taken from the street beyond the application site, showing the public house and existing housing beyond. On the right-hand photo, you can see the start of footpath 18, which is the public right-of-way to the southeast of the site, shown on the map below the photos in green. These are taken from that footpath, which is very open on its eastern side but has hedging and trees on its western side. There are limited glimpses of the existing factory buildings from the footpath where the vegetation is lower, as shown in the bottom two photographs. And then I will just briefly run through the photos from the recent committee site visit, where markers were put up on site to show the positioning of buildings. These are highlighted with the yellow arrows on the photographs. The map image next to each photo shows where the photo was taken from and the position of the markers. So this photo was taken from the existing eastern access into the site, looking towards the locations of the proposed dwellings. So the markers indicate the beginning and end of the row of dwellings. And then these photographs show various points of the proposed incubatory building and vehicle wash and store. These photographs were taken from where the proposed staff car park would be. So the left-hand photograph shows the site boundary in relation to the Crown Inn, with the yellow marker indicating its position. The right-hand photograph is looking towards properties to the east, which are located along the public right-of-way. So turning now to some key points from the officer's assessment, as set out in section 3 of the report, there is conflict with the joint local plan due to the proposed housing being within the countryside and not meeting the exceptions set out within policy SPO3. In terms of the incubatory facility, policy SPO5 supports the continued use of employment land for employment purposes. The former processing facility constitutes a Class B2 general industrial use and is therefore an employment use as defined in the local plan. The proposed incubation facility is considered to be a sui generis use, meaning it does not fit into any of the specific use classes, but is also considered to represent an employment use for the purposes of SPO5. As set out in the report, there is, however, conflict with SPO5 and therefore SPO3, as the commercial development extends beyond the existing industrial site, as illustrated in the comparison images here. So planning decisions are required to be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise, and this is further emphasised in the MPPF. As set out in the report, officers consider there are material considerations in this case that mean the proposals can be supported despite the identified policy conflict. The scheme includes the redevelopment of a brownfield site that's been unused since November 2019 and which is not a positive feature in the village. The commercial element would bring economic benefits in terms of employment with an estimated 45 full-time employees, and the housing would be located on brownfield land adjacent to existing housing and continuing the linear pattern of development to provide an active frontage to the street. So in terms of design considerations, it's acknowledged that the incubatory and vehicle wash buildings would have an industrial and utilitarian appearance. However, this is reflective of their functions, and a large proportion of the site is currently occupied by industrial buildings. The buildings would also be set back a significant distance from the street, so the incubation buildings are approximately 64 metres from the highway at its closest point. That's the northeast corner of the building, and this distance increases to over 100 metres at the northwest corner of the building. The proposed housing would also be set back by approximately 22 metres from the street, with landscaping along the frontage, which will soften its appearance, and the scale, form and design of the dwellings are considered to be appropriate for their location. In terms of sustainable construction measures with reference to policy LP23, the incubatory building will be required to achieve the very good BREEAM standard as a minimum, and the solar panels proposed will produce 30% of the energy required for the building. Water will also be recycled for vehicle washing. The dwellings will also have solar panels and will meet the higher water efficiency standards. Members will note that the recommendation includes the conditions to secure further details of sustainable construction measures in the event that permission is granted. With regard to water use, the site is located within the Hartismere Water Resource Zone. However, there's an existing borehole on the site and the applicants have confirmed they have an abstraction licence. This would be required to abstract more than 20 cubic metres per day. The applicant has, however, advised that the water use during both the construction and operational phases of the incubation facility is anticipated to be below this figure. We have no objections from Essex and Suffolk Water, and Anglian Water also do not object to the proposals. They've confirmed the sewerage network has capacity for the foul water and the water recycling centre can accommodate the wastewater from the scheme. The access, traffic and highway safety considerations are addressed in section 7 of the report, so this slide just summarises some of the key points. The site currently has 2 vehicular accesses from the street, which is a classified B road. These will provide separate accesses for the proposed dwellings and the commercial buildings. The western access would provide a shared entrance for the 4 dwellings, and the eastern access would serve the incubatory facility. This access will also lead to the staff car park, which would have 50 car parking spaces, 20% of which would have EV chargers. In terms of pedestrian access, the proposals include the provision of a footway, as shown on the plan in blue, which will connect to the existing footway to the northwest on the southern side of the street, shown in the photograph on this slide. You can see it just terminates at the outbuilding at the neighbouring listed building. Members will note from the report that Suffolk County Council Highways have raised a concern that a consistent 1.5 metre wide footway, as shown on the plan, may not be achievable within land either owned by the applicant or on highway land, and they've therefore recommended some carriageway narrowing may need to be carried out to provide the footway. They have recommended that the precise details of these works and of the footway are secured by condition. A transport assessment's been provided as part of the application submission and has been reviewed by Suffolk County Council as local highway authority. The assessment considers the traffic generated by the previous use of the site, setting out that this was 435 two-way traffic movements over a 24-hour weekday period. And in terms of the total level of trips generated by the proposed development, that's the residential and the commercial, this is expected to be 158 two-way trips in a 24-hour period, so a decrease of 277 two-way trips when compared to the previous use. The highway authorities raised no objections to the proposals, subject to a workplace travel plan contribution and appropriate conditions. Turning now to heritage considerations, as mentioned previously, the dwelling to the immediate northwest of the site is a Grade 2 listed building, known as Greystone House, which is highlighted by the yellow arrows on this slide. In addition, the Crown Inn is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset. Our heritage team have been consulted on the application and advised the incubatory facility would have a neutral impact on the setting of the neighbouring listed building. They advised that the dwellings would cause a very low level of less than substantial harm to the setting of Greystone House. Officers consider, however, that the public benefits of the scheme outweigh the very low level of harm identified, as set out in paragraph 8.10 of the report. No harm has been identified to the Crown Inn as an NDHA. So matters concerning amenity and pollution, including noise, are addressed at length in sections 11 and 14 of the report. So again, these are just some key points to highlight. I've included here some of the separation distances between the proposed incubatory building and the boundaries of the nearest residential properties. So these are approximately 39 metres in respect of the dwellings to the northwest of the building, 35 to 50 metres in terms of the buildings to the northeast, and between 35 and 40 metres in respect of the dwellings to the east. There would also be a separation distance of around 36 metres in terms of the 4 new dwellings proposed, because we also need to consider the amenity of future occupiers of the proposed dwellings. As set out in the report, given these distances, there is not considered to be an adverse impact in terms of amenity on these properties. There are no objections from our environmental protection team or the Environment Agency regarding noise, contamination or pollution, subject to appropriate conditions. and the conditions concerning noise include restrictions on construction hours, the requirement for a construction management plan, a noise level limit for the commercial activities and operations, and restrictions on timings of HD movements and the use of the vehicle wash bay. Turning now to landscaping and ecology, this is the submitted landscape master plan with retained vegetation shown in the darker green. In terms of proposed planting, there'd be a 10-metre wide landscaped buffer along the western boundary of the site and a 20-metre wide landscaped buffer along the eastern and southern boundaries. The planting for these buffers would comprise a native woodland mix. New trees are also proposed along the frontage of the site with the street and along the commercial access road, and there would be areas of species-rich grassland within the site. In terms of biodiversity, the proposals would not have a significant impact on statutory or non-statutory designated nature conservation sites, and Natural England have raised no objections to the proposals. The submitted ecological appraisal sets out that habitats on site are considered to have a negligible or low value for badgers, birds and reptiles. No bird species recorded during the breeding bird survey were confirmed as breeding within the site. Surveys have confirmed great-crested newts are present within off-site ponds, and a licence will therefore be required, which can be secured by condition. And surveys have also confirmed the presence of a single roost within one of the buildings to be demolished, so again a mitigation licence will be required. The rest of the buildings to be demolished were unconstrained in respect of bats. Our ecology consultants are satisfied with the information provided regarding biodiversity and advise that impacts will be minimised such the proposals are acceptable. The development will be required to achieve the mandatory biodiversity net gain. And finally, this is some additional information regarding the representations received on the application. As it's been noted, these have come from a wide geographical area. This is a snapshot in time with the analysis carried out on the 2nd of July, and we have received some additional representations since that date. So this shows the number and proportion of representations received from Weybread itself, then from elsewhere in Suffolk, from elsewhere in the UK, and outside of the UK. As set out in the report, all representations have been considered. A significant proportion of the objections received raised concerns regarding animal welfare, and this is covered in section 16 of the report. As explained earlier in the presentation, the proposed facility will incubate eggs which are then transferred off-site for hatching, so hatching will not take place on site and no livestock will be kept on site. The officer recommendation is that authority is delegated to the Chief Planning Officer to grant planning permission subject to prior agreement of a Section 106 to secure a travel plan contribution required by the Highway Authority and subject to the conditions summarised on pages 39 and 40 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you for a very thorough report. I'll now go over to members for questions and note that this is questions. Please keep your opinions for the debate session. If you have any questions for the officer about matters of fact. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you. There is, from what I can gather from the plans, there is a section of agricultural land being used for this development. Can we be told how many hectares and what grade it is, please?
I don't have the precise figure for how many hectares. I can try and measure that, or the applicant may be able to tell us that. And let me just check the report, because I think it is covered. Yep, so it's section 15 of the report. So it's grade 3, so it's good to moderate quality agricultural land. The submission doesn't confirm whether it's 3A and whether it therefore comprises best and most versatile agricultural land. So we know it's grade 3.
Sorry, if I can go. So we don't know if it's 3A or 3B?
No.
Isn't that quite... Sorry, that might be critical. We also, from the... you mentioned about nothing's going to be hatched on site. So I take it, do we know where the hatching is going to take place so we can adequately look at the traffic movements?
I believe there's a representative from Cranswick here today, but there are various farms that the eggs go to be hatched across quite a wide area.
Just one other question, and then I think I'm there. Obviously, to create hatching incubation conditions, I take it that requires heat and some kind of energy use. Do we know what that's likely to be in terms of therms or kilowatt hours?
Again, I don't have that information in the application submission, no.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? Councillor Carter.
Yes, thank you. Regarding the they studied the roosting birds. Sorry, words will come out eventually. What time of year was the recent study done? Because it was, well, what to say there's no use of birds.
I can check that for you. It might just take me a little time, but it's a breeding bird survey, so it's specifically birds that are breeding on the site rather than just presence of birds.
Yes.
It's breeding birds, but I can check that for you.
Because swifts could be observed utilising one of the buildings, so if they don't tend to land on a building unless they're nesting there, that's why it could be seen on the planning visit.
Are you all right looking that up while we move on? If you're just going to look that up. Councillor Hardingham.
To the best of my knowledge, it was done in June from reading all the documents associated with the report. If you might wish to confirm that.
Maybe the officer can confirm if it was done in June. And do you have a question?
I do, yes. In terms of the land take of greenfield land, presumably that land will then become industrial, and in the future, when eventually the site is no longer required for egg incubation, it will move on to some other use. That will then be brownfield land, and so that the area of brownfield land or industrial development land in Weybread will have increased by a factor of 40% or 50% or thereabouts. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I calculated it, it was the site is approximately 55% brownfield, 45% greenfield. But yes, once developed, that land would be classed as previously developed land, which includes any buildings, but also the kind of curtilage of those buildings. Yeah.
Sorry, did I cut you off, Councillor Carter? Did you have something else you wanted to ask?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the measures to actually make the area that's going to be for housing more habitable, I'm assuming, will it be more extensive work to the grounds to actually for clearance, or is it going to be the same level of clearance throughout the site, purely due to visitation? There's a very distinctive odour that can be a thing down to the road. I'm trying to work out what conditions the houses will be in, living, whether or not they still have to put up with the odour.
In terms of odour from the incubation facility? Oh, contamination type of... Yeah, I mean, we always have a sort of initial investigation as part of the application, but a suite of land contamination conditions which would cover the whole site in terms of further investigation and remediation so that it's suitable for residential development, because they're a sensitive end use, so yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Warboys.
I've got a couple really. but the two ones that are on my mind is about the water extraction licence. Is that in perpetuity, or does it have a time limit on it? And is it tied to a specific use, or does it belong to the owner of the site and can be used for anything?
I believe it's in connection with the previous use of the site. I don't know the constraints of the permit, but the agent is here for the applications. That may be a question for the applicant and agent, I think.
Okay, and one further question. You just mentioned 45% greenfield site. Is that the present? So that 45% is going to decrease with the new development?
Yeah, so the site, as it's shown, the red line site, obviously includes the former factory buildings and that complex, which is brownfield land, and then it includes the agricultural land. So when I talk about 55% and 45%, that's the site as it is now.
Yeah.
It would obviously change as a result of the
But
development.
we're not sure quite how much it's going to change.
If we know the area of the site, we can work out what 55 and 45% are. But I don't know the area of the site, but that isn't that difficult a calculation.
Okay, I'll do some bit more. Should have done more homework.
Is that finished your questions, Councillor Warburton? Anyone else got a question? Councillor Harding.
The reason why the suds basin, the attenuation basin, is underneath the car park rather than having a swale or an open basin on the surface, which is obviously the preferred route for the flood authority.
Yeah, I mean, it is in terms of their sort of drainage hierarchy would be their preferred position, but I can't explain why that's been proposed in this way, but it has been reviewed by the LFA and they are content with the proposals. I don't know if that's because of the nature of the proposals, but they're content with the strategy that's been put forward.
Thank you.
Did you want to come back on answer to a previous question?
Yes, the breeding bird survey was carried out in June. Okay.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from the other members, I'd just like to ask about the highways issue about the footpath and whether there is any time constraints on or trigger points by which the design for that footpath connection is, the design is finalised and when it is actually constructed.
Yeah, so Highways have recommended a condition which would be prior to the commencement of construction works, so excluding demolition. They would want details of the pedestrian access improvements along with any associated carriageway narrowing to be submitted and approved. And then the approved footway would need to be constructed before first use and occupation.
And that would be first use or occupation of both the dwellings and the incubatory building.
Yes, yeah.
And the design finalised before any construction work begins.
Yes, and they would need Section 278 agreement for works in the highway separately, so Highways would have to authorise the works as well.
Any further questions from members? If not, then we will move on to the public speakers who are here to address the committee. First of all, we have Sandra Middleton from Weybridge Parish Council. You will have your 3 minutes using my high-tech timer. Over to you. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Middleton, Chair of Weybridge Parish Council, and I'm here today to speak in support of this application. This application has generated significant interest with considerable comments submitted. However, I would respectfully ask the committee to give particular consideration to the views of those who live in Weybridge and its immediate surroundings and who will experience the direct effects of this development. Before the application was submitted, Cranswick engaged openly with the local community through consultation events where residents were able to ask questions, raise concerns and obtain information. In January 2025, a community event was held and Weybridge Parish Council organised a village-wide poll. Every household was informed and invited to participate. Of those who responded, 47.7% supported, 27.8% had no objections, 25.5% opposed, and 3.1% were undecided. So approximately 3/4 of respondents either supported the scheme or did not object to it. Armed with that information, the Parish Council voted unanimously to support their application. Much has been made of opposition from the Weybridge Community Group. However, to my knowledge, this is a small group with no formal mandate to represent the views of the village as a whole and appears to exist solely in opposition of this application. There has also been discussion about alternative uses for the former pub site. The reality is that the Parish Council does not have the finances to pursue a CPO, and 2 previous attempts to register the property as an ACV were unsuccessful. This proposal would bring a long-neglected site back into productive use. It would create employment opportunities, deliver 4 new homes, and help support the long-term sustainability of our rural community by bringing new households into the village, benefiting local services and our local school. Importantly, the proposed nest-spawn system is a significant advancement from traditional poultry operations. The transport of eggs before hatching will address many of the concerns associated with previous poultry production, particularly smells. The proposal will result in fewer HGV movements at the site's previous use, while the extensive landscaping scheme has been designed to soften visual impact and help integrate the development into the surrounding countryside. When considering this application, I would ask the committee to focus on the overall planning balance. This proposal provides a practical solution for a site that has remained derelict for far too long. It offers economic benefits, environmental improvements through the redevelopment of the site, and wider community benefits. On behalf of Weybridge Parish Council, I respectfully urge you to approve this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the Parish Council representative? Councillor Hardingham.
Yes, could you tell me how many people actually responded to the survey and what proportion of the population that was?
We had 65 response back, and the total amount of households in our village is just over 200.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. So next we have an objector, Adrian Ramsey. You have your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Adrian Ramsey. I'm the Member of Parliament for Waveney Valley, which includes Weybridge, and I appreciate the committee taking time to consider evidence from different representatives. There are different views on this issue in the village, and I've read the evidence, listened to views, and I want to set out why I've come to the conclusion that the committee should reject the application, and I've spoken to a number of people who've got serious concerns about this. So 6 reasons I want to give you. Firstly, this application is not accompanied by an environmental impact assessment, and given the significant issues around water impacts, around local pollution impacts, carbon, transport, etc., it is a big omission not to have an environmental impact assessment. I've spoken to WWF, who make clear that from their experience of advising on such applications, they would expect to see an environmental impact assessment for such an application. And there are good reasons for doing so, because, and I come on to my second point, the cumulative environmental impact of the application has also not been considered. If you look at the climate impacts, for example, they haven't been assessed, and those are significant when you look at where the chicks would go on to be hatched. I note that the Council has a planning policy on cumulative impact, and there is case law on the importance of it, which I've referred to in my written evidence. Thirdly, the need for such a facility has not been shown. WWF's Eating for Net Zero report indicates that protein currently makes up around 18% of the average UK person's diet, while the NHS Eat Well guide suggests it should be 12%. And the UK produces more than 100% of the protein dietary needs that we have already. Point 4, as we know, the application lies within the Hartismere Water Resource Zone in an area of serious water stress, and I'm concerned about where water used for construction and on-site activity will come from. abstracting water from the aquifer could result in polluted water and the aquifer being emptied faster than it can replenish. And if water is transported onto the site, that has significant environmental implications. Point 5 is about traffic and the number of HGVs that would be needed to transport 14.75 million eggs that are on site at any one time, a far bigger number throughout the year. This will result in significant traffic movements in a village that's just not designed for it and have an impact on a wider area where there's already big concerns about traffic points, about traffic issues. And then point number 6, we need to meet housing needs. The council has policies and requirements to meet housing needs, and there's alternatives being proposed by residents in the village to have housing on the site instead. So in conclusion, Chair, this application, as the report from the officers says, conflicts with the council's own development plan. There are substantial concerns about environmental impact with the lack of assessment of those impacts, whether they be on water, carbon or local pollution impacts. And whilst you've heard a variety of evidence locally, I do think the council needs to consider the lack of compliance with the development plan and the environmental impact.
Are you about finished? Thank you. Are there any questions for the objector? Councillor Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. Throughout your discussion there, you kept using the word significant, but you don't define the word significant. The number of HG vehicle movements, we're told, is 5 per day. Do you call that significant? But you did in your conversation there.
Yes, well, I think that this is the sort of thing that needs to be properly considered in an environmental impact assessment, and the fact there hasn't been one is a real worry. And the evidence from WWF is that there should be an environmental impact assessment relating to such an application. But with the number of eggs we're talking about on this site, clearly the HGV movements is a worry to constituents who I've spoken to.
Did you want to come back, Councillor?
Yes, I'm afraid you didn't actually answer the question. Do you consider 5 HG vehicle movements a day significant?
I think that the question is whether that is the number that it would be, but yeah, constituents I've spoken to are concerned about the number of HGV movements that there would be.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. We now move on to a supporter, Paul Fisher. Over to you. You will also have your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Fisher, and with my family we moved to the village in 2018 in a property that actually abuts the boundary on the east. So my fence is the other side of the factory. And since we moved in, it closed down in 2019, and the place is an absolute mess. But I'll come back more to that later. It houses several facilities, i.e. garage, veterinary, pathologists, holiday lets, First League Hockey Club, angling and water sports, market gardeners, plus a village hall. The village hall is the one and only asset of the village, and we have monthly and weekly events such as art groups, live music, bingo, ladies club, coffee morning and quizzes. I know this because I'm on the village hall committee and I help run it. I moved into the village. I knew there was a working factory and it wasn't a problem. Although I did also know that it was due to close because they were building a bigger one. But you say, my family and I took the decision that, hey, they've got to put things somewhere, and if there's a factory in a village, so be it. So since the Crown factory moved in 2019, the place has just gone to rack and ruin. There's been so many police incidents, burglaries, invasion of people that shouldn't be there. I know because I've reported probably 2/3 of them. And it's an absolute mess and it needs tidying up. I'm a realist and I know that things have to go somewhere. I'm not an environmentalist, whether I should be or not, I'm not. I believe in practical things and I support the incubatory unit. There's a lot of talk about hatchery and all this lot and chickens and things, but you know, the eggs are eggs, they leave us as eggs. And so basically, I am in favour of the factory and the dwellings, and I'd like to see the whole place tidied up and made really nice again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the supporter? Thank you very much for coming. Next, we have the agent, Mark Bassett. You're going to have to wait because I need to reset my timer. You've got a little bit of time to prepare yourself. Sorry, I was too quick there. And Mr. Fisher didn't use his full 3 minutes, so I've got to wait now.
I did when I practiced it.
It's nerves, isn't it? Right, over to you, Mr. Bassett.
Good morning, I'm Mark Bassett from Freeths and I represent the applicant, Cranswick Country Foods plc. The scheme before you proposes an incubation building to increase Cranswick's capacity for incubation of eggs as part of their poultry business. Incubation is undertaken to turn a dormant fertile egg into an embryo that develops into a viable chick in shell to be transferred to a broiler farm for the on-farm hatching system. The incubation period is approximately 18.5 days. No hatching will occur on site. Currently, Cranswick is reliant on external sources to meet their requirements for eggs. This facility, coupled with the existing plant at Kenninghall, will provide greater security to Cranswick's supply processes. In addition to the incubation building, the scheme proposes 4 new residential dwellings sited along the frontage of the street. The site has been vacant since November 2019 when the former processing factory closed, following the opening of the new state-of-the-art facility at Eye Airfield. The site is derelict and an eyesore. Despite Cranswick's best efforts, it's been subject to vandalism and theft. The committee report advises that the site is not a positive feature in the village. I would go considerably further. It has a significantly adverse effect on the appearance and amenity of the village and is in urgent need of remediation and redevelopment. The majority of the site is previously developed land, the redevelopment of which has significant support under paragraph 125C of the NPPF, which gives substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements for homes and other identified needs, proposals for which should be approved unless substantial harm would be caused, and it supports appropriate opportunities to remediate derelict land. The incubation building retains employment use on the site, but at a much lower intensity than the former processing plant. The incubation building has been designed with a servicing area to the rear to protect neighbours from noise, and the acoustic report confirms that this will be an acceptable relationship. The use is compatible with the residential area and will not cause the amenity impacts of the previous use, such as noise, odour and substantial HGV movements. The incubation building is functional and industrial in character, but will have a clean, crisp appearance, suitably set back from the road. The development will be surrounded by extensive woodland planting, which will create a strong landscape buffer and will further mitigate the appearance of the development. The site has access to its own borehole for abstraction of water and has a confirmed water supply, and so the incubatory building is not reliant on a new connection. Finally, we note the high level of objections recorded. However, the overwhelming majority of these are from outside of the village, are not local, and oppose the poultry processing industry in principle. The scheme is supported by the parish council, and there was good local support through the applicant's pre-application engagement exercise. Given the number of buildings and the extent of concrete hard surfacing, the viability of redeveloping the site would be very challenging for an alternative developer, and this scheme represents the best and most realistic opportunity of remediating the site and improving the appearance of the village. Cranswick is committed to undertaking demolition at the earliest opportunity. We would ask that you support this application and grant permission.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the agent? I think there may have been some cast off from the previous question session. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions, I think. Well, 3. You quoted the policy about things like it should be within settlements. Obviously, you do acknowledge that this village does not have a settlement boundary. Therefore, for planning purposes, it's not really considered a settlement. But there are people that are settled there, of course. Could I ask about the energy use? Because I didn't see it anywhere in the documentation. The only evidence I can find is that I think it takes 500 watts to incubate 1,000 chicks. That would add this development up to 7.3 megawatts in terms of power use. I'm sure that's incorrect, but perhaps you can correct me as to what the energy use of this structure will be, because we have to take that into account, obviously, in terms of its impact. The other question I would have, can we have the map of the loading
Do we
bays?
want to let the agent
Of
answer
course,
that one
of
first?
course.
Because it sounds like you're moving on to something else.
Yeah, I've got one
ma-
other
maybe
question.
we can answer that question first, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, so first of all, the point on the settlement boundary, yeah, acknowledge that Weybred doesn't have a settlement boundary, but that does not mean that it's not a settlement, and it is that there is a distinction there, and so the site is within a settlement. So that's the point that applies to the policy within the MPPF. On energy use, now that is set out in a statement. I can't record the precise figure. I'll see if I can get that as we're talking. What I do know is that the solar panels, and this is in the committee report, the solar panels that are proposed across the incubation building will generate power for 30% of the total energy use. I'll see if I can get that energy use figure for you as we talk.
Thank you. Do you want to...
The other question I have is how the loading bay is going to function. It doesn't have the swept path of the lorries, and I couldn't see how you could manoeuvre lorries into the 6 loading bays. So perhaps can we get the map up? That would be really helpful.
The plan of that building with the space
Please.
for the lorries.
Because it's normal with those, you get a swept path, so you can actually physically see where those lorries are going to go in and out, and how that's going to be achieved.
Can we get that plan up? It's not.
That one, yes. You've got 3 loading bays toward the bottom of the plan. I was just wondering how on earth you get a lorry into the bay, into those 3 bays, because they're coming in forwards. How do they manoeuvre? I couldn't see. Let's say we normally get a swept path with these. You can physically see how that will operate. I can see how you can get them into the top 3 because you just drive in and reverse back. I couldn't really see how you could manoeuvre a lorry, an HGV, into those other 3. Perhaps you can help.
The transport assessment may contain a more detailed plan showing how that manoeuvre works, but just looking at that myself, I'm pretty confident that that's not going to be a problem for the lorry drivers. I think they'll come in and they will turn, reverse back into probably the area between where you see the 6 lorries, and then forward and then back again. So I don't foresee that being a problem whatsoever. The manoeuvre will clearly all take part in the service yard. So I don't see that as an operational difficulty.
Thank you. Did you have another question, or was that your 3, Councillor Stringer?
I think that was.
Okay.
I still couldn't work out how you get a lorry that's facing one way to face the other way without room to manoeuvre.
I think Councillor Harding, did you have your hand up? And then we've got Councillor Lawrence.
Could you explain your methodology for making sure the trees, because you've got considerable amount of landscape planting to do, how are you going to make sure the trees get established, given that we might have a summer like this again? Have you got enough water on site to actually keep those trees watered and make sure you're not replanting the following autumn?
Yeah, I mean, there'll be several conditions regarding the landscaping scheme. So there'll be a condition requiring the detailed planting, how they're spaced out, and then a maintenance arrangement for it. There'll also be a condition that states that if any of those sort of trees fail, that they need to be replanted in a certain specific time. So yeah, no, we're absolutely confident that we can establish a significant planting belt and provide the necessary water to meet that.
Thank you. Okay.
In terms of the attenuation tank underneath the car park, can you explain what was the reason for not having an open swale or subbasin? Because it seems to me that a basin underneath the car park is almost impossible to maintain.
You've asked your question.
Yeah, no, I mean, as your officer advised, a suds basin would be higher up in the hierarchy, and that was looked at. The reason that a basin wasn't pursued is that because of the loading bay, that area of the site is at a lower level, and to achieve the necessary suds feature, I think we were looking at something of a depth of about 2.5 metres. So in conversation with the LLFA, they agreed that a tank under the car park was an acceptable solution, allied to the discharge of to the brook to the east, or to the outfall to the east. It's not an unusual thing to have it's underground. It will be fully maintainable, and so we've justified it through the hierarchy, through the drainage hierarchy.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Can you tell us what percentage of the water usage will be fulfilled by the rainwater collection use that you're going to do?
In terms of the percentage, I might be speculating a little bit here, so I'll just be careful. What I'll say about the water usage is we are absolutely not relying on the abstraction licence. We don't need it. We can abstract up to 20 cubic metres a day without a licence. The estimates are that we'll need something in the region of 14 cubic metres a day, and the rainwater harvesting will maybe 15-20%, something like that, but I am speculating a little bit. I don't know precisely.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Speaking. Thank you, I appreciate it. What is the anticipated failure rate of the insemination of the eggs? Because I realise there's going to be no livestock, but with anything there's going to be a failure to either inseminate, or there will be some fatality of the eggs. What is anticipated failure rate, and how would the failed be disposed of? Will they be transported out with the same way, or is there a separate disposal system anticipated?
That's a question I'm going to ask my client to answer, I think. If you...
Just like to introduce yourself so that we know who is speaking. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Barry Locke from Cranswick. The disposal of waste eggs is controlled through removal from site in a controlled, sealed tanker system.
Is that separate to the HGVs, or is it going to be? Is it already anticipated and planned within the vehicular movement?
That's included within the vehicle movements, and it would only be one movement per week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've heard of about water extraction usage. On page 26, the Environment Agency says if the applicant wishes to use this licence for an alternative purpose, then the licence should be varied to reflect these changes. Have you been in touch with Essex Water and changed this licence?
We're not relying on the licence. So the licence is for poultry processing, so water abstraction in connection with poultry processing. But we don't need the licence. We're not relying on the licence. We can abstract 20 cubic metres a day without a licence. So we've not had those discussions as yet about changing the licence, because we don't need to. Whether that happens in the future will be up for Cranswick to decide, but we don't need the licence. That's not what we're relying on.
Could I just... Yeah. So the amount of water you're going to be proposing using on the incubation site is much lower than on the previous site.
Yeah, massively so. I think the licence allows something like 230 cubic metres a day for the previous use. As I said, we're going to use 14 in that region. It is a massively different water operation to the previous use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the agent? Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to the Suffolk County Councillor, Councillor Sally Mittock. You can speak on county council matters, and you've got your 3 minutes. Over to you.
Chair, members of the committee, I'm speaking today as Suffolk County Councillor for Hoxton and I. My comments focus on matters that directly affect the County Council. I remain concerned that this application has not been demonstrated that it can operate without placing unacceptable pressures on Suffolk's infrastructure. My first concern is the highways. I do not believe the applicant has adequately addressed the transport implications if operational water has to be brought to site by tanker. I don't believe that they can operate a site on 20 cubic metres a day. If they have a 500 cubic metre fire tank, it would mean 20 days of downtime to fill up that fire tank. They will be tankering in water, and this will not be on the transport assessment at the moment. It needs to be on there. I'm very concerned about the emergency access. On the slides that you showed today, the proposed site plan, the landscaping and ecology, trees surround the back and the bottom of that building. How can fire engines weighing 26 tonnes get to the back and the side of that building and put out a fire? Is it going to be trees for the biodiversity net gain, or is it going to be a fire track with a hammerhead turn to save the lives of fire officers? I am concerned about the water management because on the plans that I have inspected, the houses opposite the factory would become a secondary flood zone, and that goes against the planning policies to introduce flooding on other properties. And I'm very concerned about the lack of a meaningful cumulative impact assessment. The egg incubation unit, if you do the numbers, could introduce up to 300 million extra chickens every year. That means there will be hundreds of more chicken shed applications going in. Actually, the number of chickens that would be produced exceeds the capacity of Cranswick to slaughter those chickens. Their slaughter capacity is going up to 2 million per week.
Is this a county council matter?
Well, decisions of this scale should be based on a full understanding of these cumulative impacts. I do not believe the evidence is complete, and for these reasons I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the county councillor? Thank you very much for coming in. I'm just going to... Oh, it's okay, you're right. We've only got the District Council ward member to speak next. So over to you, Councillor Havingham.
Thank you. Weybridge is a village with a proud history, and this site has been part of the fabric of our community since the 1950s. For many decades, it was home to Crown Chicken, a family-owned business that provided employment and contributed enormously to village life. In 2016, the site was acquired by Cranswick, which has continued its employment use. It has never been an unfamiliar or intrusive feature. It has always been an established part of Weybridge. Like many local families, my own family has connections with the site. Both one of my brothers and one of my sisters worked there for a summer during the 1980s. That is just one example of how this business has touched the lives of generations of people in Weybridge and the surrounding villages. However, in recent years, the site has become vacant and underused. Sadly, it's become increasingly run down and is now an eyesore for the village. It's also become the target for break-ins, vandalism and antisocial behaviour, resulting in the police being called to the site on a number of occasions. I don't believe anyone wants to see that continue. In my conversations with residents over many years, one message has been consistent. People want to see this long-established site brought back into productive use in a way that benefits the village. This application provides exactly that opportunity. Rather than leaving a vacant and deteriorating site to continue to blight the village, this proposal gives it a productive and sustainable future. One of the greatest benefits of the proposed incubatory is the dramatic reduction in heavy lorry traffic compared with the site's previous use. Residents remember the volume of HGV movement through our village roads, and this proposal represents a significant improvement, creating quieter, safer roads for everyone. Equally important, there are no odour issues associated with the proposed I can't say this word, incubatory. I've literally written myself a note, incubatory use, which is an important distinction and one I know will reassure many residents. The proposal also demonstrates a genuine commitment to sustainability, as much of the existing mature trees and hedgerow as possible will be retained, preserving the rural character of the site and valuable habitats for wildlife. In addition, the roof of the new building will be fitted with solar panels to generate renewable electricity, helping to reduce its environmental impact. The site also has a borehole, meaning the development will not place additional demand on the public water supply. I also want to acknowledge the way Cranswick has engaged with the community throughout this process. Together with Weybridge Parish Council, they've undertaken extensive consultation with local residents. People have had the opportunity to raise concerns, ask questions, and influence the proposals. This has resulted in an application which I believe reflects the wishes of the community. Having listened to the residents throughout this process, it's clear to me that the overwhelming majority want to see this site brought back into productive use. They recognise that this application offers a positive and sustainable future for a site that served Weybridge for generations. The 4 proposed dwellings are modest in scale and provide an appropriate addition to the redevelopment of this established site without changing the character of the village. This proposal is not about introducing an inappropriate development into the countryside. It's about improving an existing site, reducing heavy traffic, avoiding odour issues, retaining valuable trees and hedgerows, generating renewable energy, making use of its own water supply, improving the appearance of the site, reducing opportunities for crime and antisocial behaviour, and securing a sustainable future for a long-established employment site. Finally, I would like to ask the committee to note this application has the unanimous support of the Weybridge Parish Council and the Weybridge Village Hall Committee, and as the ward member, I'm also pleased to give it my full support. This proposal respects Weybridge's past while investing in its future. It brings environmental improvements, protects the character of the village, supports local employment, and reflects the wishes of the community. I therefore respectfully urge the committee to approve this application and help secure a positive future for this important village site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the ward member? No? So I'm now going to open this item up for debate. Anyone like to make a start? Councillor Hardingham.
Well, it's more of a question really, but I gather that the officers took legal advice over the need for environmental impact assessment and so on. It would help if we, in making a decision, if we could have an opinion on how the current opinion has been formed.
Are you able to answer that, Ian?
Me to go start on that, or yes. Yes, indeed. A colleague of mine gave advice on that, and then I agree with that advice. And the case officer, of course, as she always would, address that. It's working through Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of the regulations. It is not EIA development. We're very well aware of case law where the High Court of Appeal have said they don't like, they will not allow developers to do what they call salami slicing. That's a precise phrase used by judges, where a project is split up to get round the regs, but that's not the case here. Also aware of members of this committee, I think, were interested in, and when we had the case in the Supreme Court called Finch, that really made a big difference a couple of years ago to in what might be called off-site indirect effects of what was allowed, but that was where the development itself was EIA development, undoubtedly under the regulations, and it was the start of the process, as in that was a case about oil extraction in Surrey, that if the oil stayed in the ground, nothing else would happen elsewhere. But this in our view, is not. I believe that your officer, Mariana, is correct to advise you this is not EIA development.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Hurlingham did a very good summary of the whole issue. And I'd also just want to add to that, really. I think we should be minded of the lack of transport miles. Where are these eggs coming from now to supply Cranswick? They have to get their supplies from somewhere, and to have it more local is an excellent basis on which to proceed. So in addition to all the points that Councillor Hellinger made, I would make that additional point and I will be supporting this application.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make their contribution? Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, for me, I'm still not got all the information that I've been looking for, and I've been hunting through those two vital bits of information. We have a clear policy about using the best and most productive agricultural land and creating industrial uses on those. We have the same argument coming through for solar farms, where all councils make vigorous representations about not needing solar farms and they shouldn't be on the best and most versatile land. If we have a policy position on that, what we need to know is, are we creating development that will have a radical need for extra power, which is why I asked for how many kilowatt hours this development is going to take. I've been told it will generate up to a third of its use, but I still can't find what that figure is. And equally, why it has to use 45% of this development needs to use what could be, and we still don't know whether it's the best and most productive land in Suffolk.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to? Oh, Councillor Haddingham. Is this just a matter of fact?
Yes, well, I think
so.
Okay. Can I just say that the land in question is not in food production at the moment? I don't know if that's relevant, but anyway, I'm just going to throw that out there. But
I just think maybe we're getting a bit confused on the site visit. Not all the red boundary area is being developed. So what we were saying, 45% of the land is agricultural. We're not developing 45% of the land in this application of the agricultural land.
But some of that land will
some of it.
no longer be in agricultural, able to be.
Yeah, of that 45%, it could be 10% no longer in agricultural use, not 45. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, fair enough. It's not all going to be developed with buildings, but the tree line and all that is still counted as development, I presume, and it will not be able to be used for agriculture in the future, even if it's not being used now. Yeah.
I just make myself clear. 45% of the building, which is what planning tends to look at, is could be on our most productive land. That's the policy trigger. Doesn't matter how much percentage it is of the land that someone owns, it's the take of that land to fulfil that development. And that's why I wanted that clarified, that's all.
Councillor Harding.
Well, if I could just clarify the point about energy use. The PV panels will produce 1.51 gigawatt hours per annum, and the energy demand for the site as a whole is calculated as a shade under 4 gigawatt hours.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make any comments? Councillor Warboys?
I'll have to confess about not doing my homework here because I didn't read the Fire and Emergency Services report, and I find I can't open it for some reason now. So could the planning officer just confirm that the Fire and Emergency Services have got no objections to this?
Yeah, we've consulted the Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service and they haven't raised any concerns about the proposals.
Thank you.
Anyone? Councillor Hardingham.
Well, I've got another point which doesn't address any of the ones that have already been raised. It's about the design of the residential buildings, and they have a considerable amount of glass on the south-facing side and no visible shading for those. And in view of everybody's current experience with overheating in summer, it seems to me that that design needs to be looked at again in terms of either providing solar shading for those very large French windows that are there, or indeed the inclusion of exterior blinds, which is a very simple way of dealing with the issue. So that's something people might like to think about.
Thank you.
Moving on from that, it does say in the report the aspiration for the building seems to be rather poor in terms of its environmental performance. For instance, on water use, 110 litres per day per person is actually Part L, so far as I'm aware. And so saying that they're aiming for water efficiency is not entirely represent the situation, because that is the basic standard that they have to meet. And similarly, they don't include any detail on U values of walls or that kind of thing. So they're aiming for the basic building standard without actually exceeding them at all, just complying with Part L.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Yes, as alluded by Councillor Hadding regarding the overheating measures. As is apparent from this year, our summers continue to rise and the temperatures continue to rise. I've seen some allusion to the measures to actually keep the building warm, but I can't find regarding how it would be cooled, if it is required cooling, what measures would be taken, what environmental impact of cooling would be, and also the energy used of such cooling. So without that, it would be helpful to see the environmental impact of actually keeping it, preventing from overheating and actually hard boiling the eggs before we have the chance to actually fertilise.
Thank you. Any further comments? If not, then I'll... Oh, sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Chair. I noticed the BREEAM pre-assessment report provides a proposal of 57.5% rated as very good. And so I think that's excellent in those considerations as well. I'd like to propose that we approve the application on the basis of the conditions that the officer has made.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Anyone wish to second the proposal? I'll just say. I think this is a very difficult decision to make because this building could go back to being used as a chicken processing plant without any further intervention or permissions required. And I do think that this use is an improvement on a chicken processing plant next to residential dwellings. So, you know, and given the fact that when it was a chicken processing plant, the number of lorry movements was excessive, and we've been told here that the lorry movements for the incubatory facility are significantly lower, so therefore that is an improvement. It is going to have a lot of biodiversity net gain associated with the development. There is, you know, the water usage is less. We have 4 new dwellings which will help the community of Weybred. There are quite a lot of advantages, as I see, on this application. But the issue of the land, the land incursion into the countryside and into the arable land is not so good. But on the whole, I'm probably in favour of it. I'm not sure I'm quite going to go as far as seconding it yet. I'd like to hear a few more opinions. But I do think that whatever you feel about factory farming and the production of eggs and whether you eat chickens, unfortunately, it is part of society that people want food cheaply and quickly. However unhealthy it might be, and however much I don't eat fast food chicken joints, but lots of people do. So, and we all probably shop in supermarkets. I think it's quite hard to avoid that. So however good our intentions are, none of us is perfect. So I'll wait to see what other people have to say, but I do think that there are a number of benefits to this scheme, and it is fully supported by the Parish Council. which I think, and it sounds to me as if the applicant and the agent have done a good job in consultation with the local community, and they seem to have done some changes to the application in line with the comments received. So there are quite a lot of positives about this development, and as the local resident said, it is an unsightly site at the moment, and it is attracting antisocial behaviour and incidents, and having it as a new facility for employment seems like a benefit to Weybred. But I'll wait to see what other people have got to say. Councillor Carr.
Sorry. May stay on this time, right? Right. You've mentioned regarding the it could go back to being a processing plant without actually require any further. Looking at how the new processing plant actually was made to actually being more efficient, they're already operating at a beyond capacity issue. Why they need the fertilising there? If it had been possible to be sold as a processing plant it's been closed now nearly 7 years. It would likely have sold already. Because they haven't got a capacity of the hatching, neither do other places. So whilst it could be done without needing any application, the likelihood of actually doing so, well, as it's taken so long and hasn't, it kind of shows it's not very likely that it would do so. So I wouldn't take that into consideration, personally.
Okay. Anyone else like to make any comments? Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we had a very useful site visit, and we were confronted by a derelict industrial site, which, in its present state, is both a hazard and an eyesore. And I think I actually thank the District Councillor for a history of the site and the comments on the positive impact of this development. There are wider issues in industrial farming and agriculture. We do need to recognise it does play a significant role in Suffolk's wider economy. And this is an employment possibility. We look at the sort of ethics of it in a wider context. The UK standards are higher than many parts of the world. If we're not producing the chicken, we leave ourselves open to importing chicken produced where standards are lower. So, in a way, it's better to sort of be producing things locally. This is a modern facility. Cranswick has been modernising and improving its facilities in terms of odour and welfare of the animals. So it is, from that point of view, a positive action. We've clarified some points about water extraction and the fire services, and certainly in terms of transport, it's not an unsustainable position. It's a pretty straight road, it's dual carriageway, it can cope with transport which is much lower than what would have been there in the past. If the site was developed for housing, you'd have potentially sort of 80 or so houses there, which would have quite an impact environmentally on water and sewage. I think although the whole aspect of industrial farming is a questionable one. It's not within this planning committee's remit. to sort of make a judgment on that basis. We have to look at what's happening within that red line. And within that red line, to me, it's a positive. So I think I'll second this.
Thank you very much. Did you want to say anything else, or does anyone else want to speak to the motion that we now have a proposal and a seconder? Phil, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. It's a truism that the most difficult cases come to planning committee, so it's not really a surprise that this is causing some debate. I think, however members consider this, we have to take account of the current NPPF, which talks about significant weight being placed on the need to support economic growth. It doesn't qualify that. We can imagine that that will become fertile ground for anyone who wishes to challenge a decision if we don't support this. So we have to be alive to that and consider what unacceptable harm might arise. Now, there are a number of harms here. We've identified them in the planning officer's report. Your officers take the balance that they're not unacceptable. The role of planning committee is to weigh these things up. I think from my point of view, what I should do is point out that significant weight which national policy attaches to this economic issue. And it's for you to work out whether or not other issues are of more significance than that in weighing your own decision. More than that, the government's NPPF also talks about the rural economy and the use of previously developed land. Now, not all of this land is previously developed, but the government's exhortation is that developments on previously developed land for economic purposes should be encouraged, where they're physically well related to existing settlements. And clearly this is in a situation which sits within a linear development and has grown over many years. You can see that from the planning history as a process of evolution. To pick up Councillor Carter's points, the question of what commercially the business may choose to do is for it. It had a residential permission that no longer exists. We are here. I think it's certain to say that the planning permission will not, the planning permission that exists for the lawful site, not that as extended here, will be developed in some way in the future. It will not become nothing. It has a value. It has a value on somebody's balance sheet, and ultimately somebody will do something with it, whether it is this or some other scheme. So from my point of view, members need to weigh carefully the fact that we are bringing a piece of land back into use which has a commercial history and has a planning permission, and that is unlikely to disappear from the face of the record, and that in any argument over these things, any decision maker is going to be expected to place significant weight on economic prosperity. I think I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Thank you. I think Councillor Lawrence wants to say something.
Chair, thank you. If I may ask the planning officers to allay some of the concerns, are we able to add a condition to this list of conditions the officers made, restricting that any change of use from egg production or egg incubation must come back for another application? Can we add that as a condition?
It would be a sui generis use. That means a change to anything other than what it's got permission for would need permission, if that makes sense.
So our idea...
Go on in.
Being a little bit pedantic, if something's sui generis, anything else will need planning permission as long as it is a material change of use. But I mean,
Egg incubation is probably quite a specific use, and I can't, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but are there things that would fall into the same category as the sui generis, or is it something that is completely different, and therefore anything other than incubating eggs would be considered to be a material change?
very likely, Chair. I am just being cautious.
I think Phil wants to come in.
Unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember changes to the use classes order, and it is a sui generis use at the moment, and what you have as advice is absolutely true. To change to any other use today or tomorrow would need a planning permission. But the government's not beyond changing planning rules and regulations or use classes. I think, from my perspective, we could impose that condition. That would give you an ability to ensure the use is the use as described. I think the reality is that if you then have a subsequent application for something that is taken into a use class, you've got a whole different question when you review it, but you get the certainty of those things. So what you've been advised is absolutely spot on. You have confidence that this is a use all its own. It is without the ability to change to anything else. But if you want to try and safeguard against the future, you could impose a condition to that effect. Whether it would achieve that will be a question for another day.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. In that case, then I'd like to propose an additional condition requiring any change from egg incubation to requiring further planning permission, change of use planning permission, particularly in light of any other change in use is likely to increase water usage, power consumption and all the rest of it. So I think it's very pertinent to put that additional condition in.
And is the seconder happy with that additional condition?
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harding.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Warboys expressed my own view on the wider issues very eloquently and much better than I could. But I often find with planning committees that we end up trying to make fairly minor adjustments, which nevertheless will have an impact on some individuals, long into the future. So I would like to come back to my point about solar shading on these houses, which might make a considerable improvement to the quality of people's lives in the houses. And furthermore, there is in the report suggestions about provision of water butts to reduce dependence on pipe supplies for gardening, for instance. Can we impose a condition to install water butts as well? So some consideration of how the overheating is going to be dealt with, potential for overheating in the houses from those south-facing windows, and also for the collection of rainwater.
I'll just check with the officers that we can add that as a condition, and then I need to go back to the proposal and seconder, I think.
Yeah, I think potentially we could look at a scheme for solar shading to be agreed. I think something fairly minor could do the job but still achieve something, as you mentioned, a positive benefit for the future, and certainly in terms of water butts, that's something we do regularly do. So, Marianne, are you saying it's already there?
Yeah, we've got a condition covering details of rainwater collection and reuse to be agreed.
Yeah, I thought that was probably in relation to the industrial building.
Everything.
So that condition includes the industrial building and the domestic dwellings. And are our proposal and seconder happy with those additions?
Completely, yes.
Councillor Lawrence?
Not entirely. I mean, I think that if people find the sun too much or whatever they find it, it's up to them to put their own solar protection on. It's not necessarily for this planning committee to put that restriction on. So I'm not entirely happy.
But I mean, to ask for it to be addressed, what are we going to how are we going to word this condition anyway?
We've got to be reasonable in our request.
Yeah, but if some sort of I don't know, what would you say? Some consideration of south-facing windows becoming overheated.
My suggestion was that there should be further consideration given to overheating, the potential for overheating on those houses and how that would be addressed.
Mariana?
Yeah, we have got in policy LP23, which is our sustainable construction and design. It does talk about residential development, demonstrating climate change and adaptation measures, adopting effective design principles, including shading, landscaping, site layout, building orientation. So I do think,
I think it is a relevant point, and I don't see it as being over. Too much to ask for.
Perhaps I can come in there, Chair. Marianne has already proposed a detailed sustainability design and construction statement to be agreed, and that feeds off the policy that she's just read, so that would potentially allow us to look at that, or to look at the overall overheating
and the collective measures that they're looking to employ to offer a balanced result for the end resident.
Yeah, so it comes under that adapting to climate
so
change.
we wouldn't need to add anything
Right.
further. We could take that away under that condition.
Okay. So the proposer and the seconder are happy with that approach, that's already in a condition relating to climate change, and it does somewhat address Councillor Hardingham's point. So is there anyone else who wishes to add to the debate or make any further comments that haven't already been said? If not, then I will ask the planning officers to read out the wording of the additional conditions, and then we will ask the government's officer to conduct the electronic vote. Phil.
One last point, Chairman, and to get back to a point that I suspect Councillor Carter may have missed about the NPPF, and we would suggest a delegation to secure that, and I think we have a form of words which perhaps Gemma can read out as part of that, just so that we've tidied off whatever the government may choose to do between now and issuing a decision.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so what I was going to say is that we're looking to delegate authority to the Chief Planning Officer, and that would be to review any changes to national planning policy prior to the issue of the decision in consultation with yourself as Chair of Committee, and to proceed to determine where it's concluded there has been no material change, but to revert to committee in the event that there are material changes arising from updated national planning policy considerations, subject to this that we're approving as the recommendation on pages 55 to 57, with additional conditions with regards to the use restricted to egg incubation and for no other use, and water butts to be provided to the residential properties, just to make sure we collect that specific point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carter, did you want to say something before we go to the vote?
Just something very quickly regarding the, whilst we had a debate going on, there were comments regarding the ethics not coming into consideration, and regarding points on the intake of meat being produced elsewhere. There's plenty that could be said to argue in the opposite, considering the supermarket wastage and the amount of chicken that is disposed of per year. But as it's not a planning consideration, I didn't raise it. But as it was raised within the debate, it should be said, noted that there are plenty of wasted chicken each year disposed of every single day in supermarkets. So regardless where it's produced, there is plenty wasted and just chucked away each year. So that should be consideration within the debate.
Thank you. So I think we can now go to the vote. So I'll ask the government's office to conduct the electronic vote.
Yeah, can I just confirm with the proposer and seconder that you're happy with the wording which Gemma read out for the additional recommendation referred to by the Chief Planning Officer at the beginning of the meeting?
Sorry, would you just remember doing the one on change of use again, please?
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, so that was that the use would be restricted to egg incubation and for no other use. Now that would obviously be developed into a condition that explains that that would then require planning permission for any other change of use. So that was just a very short wording of the version, but to clarify, that is it. Thank you.
Okay, so
happy now, Councillor Lawrence?
Councillor Boyce, you're happy with all the wording? Yes, perfect, thank you. In that case, members, that vote is now in progress. Councillor Carter, can I take yours verbally? Against, thank you. Thank you, members. That's 5 votes. Sorry, apologies. That's 4 votes for and 2 against. Therefore, that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to propose that we have a 10-minute comfort break. So it's now 11:25, so can we come back at 12:25? And that will give time for some of the members of the public to leave the room. Thank you. Thank you very much and welcome back. We are now going to move directly on to item 8B, DC 2305077 at the former Bacton Community Middle School in Wyverston Road, Bacton. And I will now invite Avril Gowdy to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. So the application before us today is for an application for the approval of reserve matters of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. And the outline planning permission was for the erection of 50 dwellings, a sports pitch, car parking and associated infrastructure. So access was considered and approved at outline stage. There are also 4 other pending applications on this site. 3 are non-material amendments and they relate to the description of development and 2 for condition wording. And there's also a pending discharge of conditions, including all of the concurrent with reserve matters conditions on them. All of those applications have been put on hold until we deal with the reserve matters consent. So they'll be picked up at appropriate timescales once a decision is made on this application. One thing to note is that the application site is within the ward of Bacton, but it is in Wyverston Parish boundary. There's also a signed Section 106 agreement attached to the outline, which would continue to apply if reserve matters consent is granted today. And then just a reminder that I am covering some of the key points and to illustrate some of the more important matters for consideration today, but this does not supplant the committee report. So firstly, in terms of the location of the site, you have Wyverston Road, kind of bounding the site to the south. You have a fairly recently constructed development to the south on the opposite side of Wyverston Road, and also a recently constructed development from Taylor Wimpey on also on the southern boundary. And then taking the aerial on a wider view, you can see you've got Wyverston to the northwest, Bacton to the east, and then you've got the smaller settlements of Wyverston Street and Earls Green. And this is the site location plan submitted with the application. And just for members' information, I've put on there sort of the closest facilities. So you've got a shop, a public house, a doctor's surgery, and a little further down the road, you've got a primary school. And in terms of constraints, the site is outside of the settlement boundary, but obviously we've already dealt with the principle of having residential development on this site, so that's not relevant for consideration today. You've got Bacton Manor is the red building here, the listed building, and then you've obviously got some public rights of way to the northern boundary. And I'm going to cover each of the reserve matters just in sections just to make it slightly easier. So we'll cover layout first. Here is the most up-to-date version of the layout that we are considering today. So as I said, the access is taken from the south on Wyverston Road, and this point was fixed by the outline consent. We've then got some public open space on this western boundary, which is the green area here. That land is also reserved in part for a primary school, and I'll cover that detail in due course. You can also see a sports pitch provided here, and an associated car parking facility offer secondary access here. You can also see a suds basin to this northern boundary, and you can see the existing mature vegetation around the boundaries and this sort of central tree belt running down here. You can see the dwellings are kind of confined to that south and eastern boundary, sort of following the natural divide of that tree belt through the centre of the site. And just also to say on layout that 65% of the dwellings, which equates to 31 would be M42 compliant, which exceeds the 50% requirement in the joint local plan. Just for members' information, I've included the indicative outline site plan, just so you can kind of compare. So you can see it was always kind of intended to have the pitch on this side of the tree belt and confine sort of the residential on this side. There are some changes to the site plan, principally around the drainage basin, which has just evolved due to the LLFA requirements and now requiring slightly larger space, and also due to the education authority wanting slightly more land to take for a future school. And then I just wanted to cover some of the kind of key changes that we've secured from when this application was first submitted. So there was originally some concerns about the quality of the layout, and we've secured some of the key amendments we've secured is removing the 5 dwellings to the north of the access road. That reduces the sort of suburban feel as you enter the estate, and helps deal with concerns about natural surveillance with the public open space on this side of sort of the boundary fencing. We've also sort of helped deal with this sort of isolated dwelling here and the pump house here, and just changed, therefore, the layout of these dwellings. We've also dealt with some of the unacceptable back-to-back distances that were, I think, about 19 metres across between these. And we've also secured some amendments to the southeastern corner of the site, where the gardens were separated from the properties. And then just zooming in a bit closer to the public open space. So yeah, again, you can see the car park here, and then the sports pitch with some paths around that. This different green colour here is some new tree planting as well. And then just to cover the section 106 requirements that already exist for the pitch and car parking, because you'll note that Sports England have requested a condition to deal with the specification and delivery of the sports pitch and car park, but these are already dealt with in the section 106. So it secures delivery at before occupation of more than 25% of the dwellings on both the pitch and the car parking, and also the submission of full specification prior to the commencement of development. So don't feel that a condition would just be duplicating what we've already secured. And then I mentioned the school land. So this is really just provided for members' information. The school is not the subject of this consent, nor does it have any consent, so it would require a separate planning permission if it is to be delivered, but it has just been set aside, and this just shows, I think there was some concerns about whether the size of the land reserved is large enough to facilitate the school. So this was a site plan done showing that it works with the car park and the mugger, and then the school would also have use of those facilities if it was brought forward. I just included this to show the relationship with the neighbours. So as I said, this is the south here is the newly constructed Taylor Wimpey development, and you can see the smallest distance between the properties would be 22.5 metres, and likewise you've got the Lawrence Homes fronting onto Wyverston Road, and then the proximity to this closest house is about 18 metres. And then just looking at the location of the affordables, so you've got 10 affordables here, and that accords with the Section 106 requirement. They're all along the southern boundary, highlighted there in red, and you can see that they are interspersed with market homes. And then again, I've just included the EV charger plan, so each property would have its own EV charger, and they'd either be attached to the wall of the property or attached on posts where that's most feasible. I think just to highlight one of the kind of remaining outstanding concerns with the layout is principally around the this area of the site and the garden sizes. I think the smallest one is about 33 metres squared, which is this one here. So we are recommending that a condition is imposed to remove PD rights for those properties, so that they'd have to apply for planning permission for extensions and outbuildings, just so we can ensure that those sizes are protected going forward. And then turning to scale, so just wanted to point out which buildings are single story, so those are indicated by the blue circles there. So you can see there's 10 bungalows on the site and the rest are 2-story. And I've just included a snippet of the dwelling types. You can see there you've got some detached properties, semi-detached, terrace block, and also a block of flats there. And then turning to appearance, so again, just included the same slide, and just in terms of the architectural detailing, we've got a variety of porch details. We've got some brick coins on some of the properties, casement windows, and they largely have symmetrical front elevations. And then again, I've just included the street scenes, so you can see the variety across the street scenes. You've got the bungalows interspersed. You've got a mixture of boundary fencing and also the brick walls as well, as you can see some of those up here. And then turning to materials, so you've got a variety of facing materials. You've got red brick and render, and red brick and black cladding, and then either grey plain tiles or red plain tiles. And then I've just pulled out some of the key house types. So this is a 4-bedroom detached property. Just move that. This is another 4-bedroom detached. And you can see there the render and the brick coins. And I've included this one to show the black cladding. You can see that's kind of on the projecting gable. Another one of the 4-bedroom properties, and those ones are largely fronting onto the drainage basin to the north. Got the bungalows there, and they range from the black cladding and brick facing elevations, and they are 3-bedroom, the bungalows. And then the semi-detached pair, and the terrace properties there. And this is the block of flats, so it's 1 bedroom in each unit with 4 units, 2 ground floor, 2 first floor. And then again, I've just included all the garages there, so you've got a mix of single garages, double garages, twin garages, and triple garages. And again, there's the pump station would be surrounded by like that brick wall with a recess. And just in terms of PV and general sustainability measures, so you can see there the PV plan showing each dwelling to have a 2.5 kilowatt power of PV. And then the dwellings would also be served with air source heat pumps, and they're predicted to achieve an energy performance certificate rating for A for all dwellings, and also achieve an average improvement of just over 79% of carbon emissions, exceeding the requirement of Part L of building regs. And for landscaping, this is the proposed landscaping plan. So we've got a mixture of tree planting, hedging, flowering shrubs and grasses. And we do have a condition on the outline already securing like a detailed planting strategy. So that will go into the species and mix and number of planting. Tree constraints plan, here you can see, as we've seen on the aerial and the site plan, obviously the site is well vegetated to the boundaries, and likewise with that central tree belt. So to facilitate the reserve matters, there are some trees that would be required for removal. These are largely comparable to the trees approved for removal at outline stage. We do, however, have an updated arboricultural impact assessment because the outline 1 was completed in 2017. So obviously it's now 9 years old, and they felt that The updated one provides obviously a more accurate representation of the trees on site. I think it's approximately 43 tree stems are required to be removed, and as I said, that is comparable to what was secured at outline. And then in terms of boundary treatment, I've already largely or slightly covered it. So you've got 1.8 metre high close boarded fence in the blue, and then where they're kind of the more prominent locations visually on the ends of or adjacent to the highway and the entrance, you'd have a 1.8 metre high red brick wall. I just want to touch on housing mix. So I've included the tables that are included in the committee report. So the affordable mix was secured at outline as part of the Section 106 agreement, and that is compliant with that mix. The market mix was not secured, and you can see there that it doesn't meet, if that right-hand table, you can see there is, it is a deviation from what would be expected as part of SPO1 of the Joint Local Plan, which states that it should be informed by the relevant district needs assessment. We also have, as you know, a housing SPD, and that requires any deviations from SPO1 to be justified. And it's the applicant's case that the proposed mix will ensure the units reflect the latest market demand and that the development is viable. Strategic Housing haven't accepted the justification put forward. However, they do note that there is a balanced mix that would provide a balanced community. But there is ultimately still a conflict with SPO1 and the housing SPD that needs to be considered. And now I just want to run you through some photographs. So I've just taken a Google Maps snippet here of the existing access, which formerly served the middle school. And I've indicated in the bottom right, I've just taken the site location plan and plotted roughly where I was standing when I took that photo, so indicated by that yellow star. So there I'm facing the northwest boundary, and you'll see, you know, the photos do highlight the vegetated boundaries of the site. And likewise here, this is the secondary access, so where the car parking would be served from. And you can see there, that's the Lawrence Homes development on the opposite side of Wyverston Road. I'm now standing sort of towards the northern boundary, but facing that western corner. And again, I'm standing adjacent to the central tree belt, facing northeast, and then largely standing in the same location, facing southeast. And now I'm on the eastern boundary, facing back towards, this is the central tree belt through the site. And I'm still on that eastern boundary, but now I'm facing south, so you can make out there the some of the dwellings on the Taylor Wimpey scheme adjacent. And again, I'm now on the southern boundary, and I'm facing the part of the central tree belt here. Some of this vegetation would be need to be removed to facilitate the access and the dwellings on the southern boundary. And now we're back sort of on the location where the school roughly stood, and you can see the Lawrence Homes dwellings in the centre of the image. And then now we're kind of outside of the site, but on Wyverston Road. So these are the Lawrence Homes developments that front the site. And again on Wyverston Road, facing sort of northwest, again Lawrence Homes on this side. You can see the public walkway on this side. And now we're facing the opposite direction, so we've got the Taylor Wimpey scheme kind of behind the vegetation here. And as you go further up, you can see this is a cycle and footway connection put in for the Taylor Wimpey development, so it joins up the footway outside of this site. And then I've just gone in the Taylor Wimpey development just to show the kind of buffer between the dwellings on the Taylor Wimpey development versus the application site, which is bound by this vegetation here. Okay. Okay, and moving on just lastly to the recommendation. So just as a reminder to members, obviously the principle of development was secured at outline. So the considerations today are limited to the matters of layout, scale, appearance and landscaping. As I've covered, there is conflict with SPO1 and the housing SPD due to the deviation from the market housing mix. However, there are benefits of the scheme in terms of securing the delivery of these 50 houses towards the council's 5-year housing land supply. We have an exceedance of the M42 requirement over and above the policy requirement, and there's also a substantial improvement in carbon emissions. And it's therefore considered that the weight given to the conflict is outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, and therefore members are recommended to grant reserved matters consent subject to conditions and informatives set out on page 85 and 86 of the reports pack. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now move on to questions for the case officer, and again please try and stick to questions. So anyone got a question for the case officer? Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, thank you. Before I ask the question, I just want to clarify, I'm the county councillor for Upper Gipping, which includes Bacton, which this former school was named Bacton, but it's in the parish of Wiveston, which is another division, which is why I haven't declared the interest, okay? So I'm not the county councillor for Wiveston, in which this site is located. You mentioned that the county council has left enough room to provide a new primary school, should there be one needed. But at the moment, the primary school is on the same site as its early years setting. And can you clarify whether there's enough room for the early years setting on this site as well as a primary school?
I believe that the provision would be for both a primary school and a preschool. Yeah, my understanding of this indicative school layout. Oh. Thank you. Is yeah, this is the 315 space primary school, and then this building here on this boundary is I think a 60 place preschool.
Thank you. Any further questions? So there was Councillor Warboys, Councillor Hardingham, in fact everybody. So we'll, I think Councillor Warboys and Councillor Hardingham definitely had their hands up at the beginning. Already been answered. Right. Councillor Hardingham.
Is it correct that there is absolutely no timeline for the new school, for the new primary school? And how does that affect the use of the pitch that's provided, and who is going to be responsible for the maintenance of the pitch and bookings and that kind of thing? It's not really very clear whether that was going to be a school requirement or parish or what. Thank you.
Yeah, so the school isn't the subject of this application, and it hasn't got any sort of consent yet. It's just due to who, like the landowner, it's been identified as a potential location for one. I think the idea is that the pitch could become multi-purpose if the school was to get delivered. And the school was obviously identified, I think this application came in 2017. Obviously, Bacton has grown quite significantly since that time with a lot of housing. And when the application was considered, it was forecast that an additional larger school would be required. Whether that's, we don't know whether that position has changed significantly and whether it will come forward or not. But yeah, I think there is the general idea that that pitch could be shared with the school if the school was delivered. However, we do have a management and maintenance plan secured by the Section 106, which is required to be submitted prior to commencement. So at this immediate point in time, we don't know who would be taking on the pitch, but it will either sit with, if it could be transferred to a nominated body, if a particular group would like to take it on. But obviously there was a requirement to provide this pitch because the outline site contained pitches associated with the middle school. So there was a requirement to provide mitigatory pitch provision.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Could you go to slide 17, please? I'd like to see where are the wheelie bin provision spaces for the 4 properties that have permitted development rights restricted. It was on that southern boundary. So they have to take them through the house, do they? How do they get?
So there's a gate, which you can't really make out at the time. There's a gate provision here.
Okay.
The central property, you can see the path running around here. So these other 2 properties have rear access gates to wheel their bins around the park.
Okay, thank you. Couldn't see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Thank you. Regards the 3G pitch, do we know what material is currently planned to be made of? Just bearing in mind that with the rubber crumb,
You've asked your question. That's an opinion about the rubber.
Actually, it's a fact regarding the carcinogenic.
You've asked what material it is. That is the question.
To my knowledge, that is unknown at this stage. The specification is required to be submitted as part of the Section 106 requirements prior to commencement.
Thank you. Another one?
Regarding its benefit of the 10 bungalows, do we know the width of the doorways going to be through there?
I can measure and find out for you. Or the applicant and an agent might know the answer offhand.
Just know if they're going to be fully disabled access.
Okay, I'll see if I can get the answer.
Any further questions, Councillor Carter?
There was another one that's gone out.
Okay, I'll come back to you if you remember. Councillor Haddingham, and then we've got Councillor Warboys.
So my question's already been answered.
Councillor Warboys.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, can we go back to the slide showing the school site, please? Because I can't find it for my own satisfaction.
Can I just, in the meantime, just answer Councillors? So the bungalows are M42 compliant. So I'm just double checking the building regs levels. So M41 is baseline standard for all new dwellings, and M42 is accessible and adaptable dwellings suitable for people with limited mobility.
And do we have the right slide up now for Councillor Warboys' question?
Yes, so we've got a proposal which shows the public access space, but this is superimposed on that public access space. The size of the school has been agreed by Suffolk County Council as adequate.
Well,
there
isn't
places.
actually a proposal for a school.
It doesn't form part of this application. It's just, this plan has just been provided to show that, that it is feasible on the land left as public open space.
So the application for the school site is not part of this application, but they're leaving the open space as open space should the school need to be built in the future, and just to prove that they can fit a 315 place primary school in that space without knocking down any houses or moving the 3G pitch or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Carter, have you remembered your question? And then we've got Councillor Mellon.
Thank you. Yes, regarding the rear for the bins at the rear property and the gate, do we have the measurement of the width of the passageway? Just trying to work out whether or not there'd be room for two bins to be manoeuvred past each other, because knowing they may be using the outside storage, the pathway to store the bins, rather than in the garden, as tends to be the case, and whether or not be width for a wheelchair to pass if necessary.
It looks to be approximately a metre in width.
So you wouldn't get two bins past each other, no. Or a person.
Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Is that? Yeah.
We'll get the committee members and then we'll go to Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, just one more question. It says in the report that there's 1.44 hectares public open space. It seems to me that most of that would be taken up by the new school if it were built, together with the school playing field. And particularly being a primary school, there's going to be secure fencing around the site. So it would no longer be public open space at all. It wouldn't be available. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could we have this slide showing the trees to be removed? I'm not quite sure which number that one was. Yeah, so thank you. The question, there's a lot of concern in the community because the front of the site has this lovely line of trees going along it. And I was just trying to understand if any of those big trees along the Wiveston Road are being removed. It looks like there's one at the very southern end, is that
Yes,
correct?
I think all the ones in red indicated the loss. So this one here, adjacent to the access and to facilitate that first dwelling, looks to be removed. But all these look like they're being retained. You can see the root protection areas around them. I know there's some areas where no dig construction is required as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the officer? If not, then we will move on to the public speakers. We don't have anyone from Parish Council. We don't have an objector. We don't have a supporter. We have the agent, Jamie Martin Edwards.
Nice.
No, wrong question. No, wrong page. We have the agent, Lewis Matthews. Sorry, I was on the wrong page of my script. They're both the same pattern. That's the problem. Matthews.
Thank you. Oops. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lewis Matthews from Bidwells, and I'm speaking on behalf of Edmundum Developments, a joint venture between Suffolk County Council and Lovell Partnerships. The report provided by your officer, as well as today's presentation, are very comprehensive. Accordingly, I do not wish to repeat many of the points that have already been covered. However, I would like to briefly highlight the following areas. First, the principle of development is already established through the outline permission. The matters before members today are appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. Access has already been approved and the Section 106 obligations remain in place. The proposals before you have been arrived at following extensive consultation over a number of years, and the applicant has taken time to ensure that the comments raised by consultees have, where possible, been fully addressed. As we've heard, this development would deliver 50 homes alongside a 3G sports pitch on a brownfield site. As highlighted by your officer, the scheme has evolved from the indicative proposals presented as part of the outline application in 2017 to a viable and deliverable scheme that represents high-quality development. This is to ensure that the latest guidance from consultees, such as the LLFA, have been taken into account, as well as the introduction of improved house types that offer increased levels of M42 and sustainability. The housing mix has been carefully considered to strike a balance between local need and viability. The level and mix of affordable housing is as per the Section 106 agreement and will help ensure the creation of a mixed, sustainable community. Moving on to more technical matters, as well as the proposal exceeding local policy requirements in relation to M42, all houses will have an energy performance certificate rating of A and will meet Part L 2026 regulations, with this being exceeded in places such as a significant improvement on carbon emissions. As stated by your officer within their report, this should be afforded substantial weight within the planning balance. Following the extensive consultation, there are no technical objections. County Highways raised no objection, with parking provided in accordance with SCC guidance and EV charging points within each housing plot. The LLFA recommends approval, with other matters including ecology, contamination, waste, heritage and environmental health all acceptable, either with no objection or subject to conditions. To conclude, the proposal seeks to deliver a high-quality, sustainable development on a brownfield site. This Reserve Matters application represents an improvement in the indicative proposals approved at outline, whilst ensuring compliance with the agreed principles. This scheme brings forward new housing with strong sustainability credentials, including 10 affordable homes, together with sports facilities and open space. In light of the above, I hope you feel you are able to endorse the recommendation of your officer and support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the agent? Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, thank you. Looking on some of the house types, it was difficult to tell because they look almost like CG or whatever they are. Can you confirm whether certainly the Deben dwelling has a stone sill above and below the windows? Are there stone sills used in this?
Do you mind if I pass it across to Matthew Wright from Lovell Partnerships? Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Can he just introduce himself before he answers the question so we know who we're talking to?
I'm Matthew Wright, Technical Manager for Lovell Partnerships. To answer your question, yes, they are 75mm stone sills.
Can we confirm whether stone sills are in the Suffolk Design Guide?
Sorry.
Is that something that the officers can confirm? because they should be familiar with the design guide, unless you know the answer.
I think that's best passed on to officers, if that's okay.
Have you? Yeah. Shall we just? Have you got the answer, or shall we just ask for some more questions? Who else has got a question? Anyone else got a question for the agent? While we're just waiting for the officers to find that out. Anyone? If no one else has got a question, can I understand from the report that your parking spaces are much larger than the requirement, and I just wanted to ask if all of the hard-standing parking areas are permeable.
Yep, that is correct.
And if I understood it correctly, each house is going to have some PV panel. Can you tell me just what the number per dwelling is? That I know there was a kilowatt rating, but how many panels will they have? Approximately.
You're looking at approximately 4 to 5 per dwelling.
So if a prospective buyer wants to buy off plan, will you be giving them the option to complete, cover the whole of one, the south facing side or whatever? Will there be an option to have more, because once they're fitted, it's not so easy?
It wouldn't typically be something that would offer a customer to add more panels onto the dwelling itself, purely due to the dwelling creating enough to reach the A rating as is.
I'm struggling to hear your answer. Can you bring the mic a little bit closer?
Yeah, sure. It's not something that we'd typically offer a customer to upgrade to more panels. The arrays presented are the most optimal array for that dwelling to sufficiently provide power for the property, or indeed feed-in tariff should the dwelling not need all of the electricity generated.
Chairman, if I may, I'm not entirely sure it's an answer. The Suffolk Design Guide, and there have been other things called Suffolk Design since the Suffolk Design Guide. The Suffolk Design Guide is a document of some vintage, I think, going back to the 1980s. Now, to be honest, I can recall what it looks like, and I've seen a physical copy. I could not tell you what it currently says because I can't find it online, and it is a while since I've seen a hard copy of it. I can't recall that it specifically deals with verge details like that, but it may well do, but it is, of itself, quite an elderly document. Principally deals with layout, but it does do with other things, including roofing and other details. So it's not impossible. I'm not sure how much weight one will want to attach to it in the modern age, because it is, as I say, it's some while since it has been adopted by this council, but a long, long time ago.
Did you want to come back, Councillor?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, because I rarely ask a question that I don't already know the answer to. There is no stone naturally occurring in Suffolk other than flint. So it is uncharacteristic to put stone sills on mass houses in Suffolk. If you import stone, historically, it tends to be on vicarages and high status buildings. So I was pushing as to why, because some developments are now not using those stone sills and using the more local characteristics, using the brick as soldiers to create that detail. And that looks more in harmony with the general character of the village.
Is there a further question?
Yes, and equally, the other design detail I saw on the Deben was the use of, where it looked like you bricked up windows because of the window tax. The window tax was in 1696. Just wondering why that detail was put in there.
I think on a previous application there was a tax window on plot 1 which we understand was not desirable. We have actually removed that tax window and added a window, an actual window onto that plot facing onto Witherston Road.
Still in your plan.
So within the development there is more than one Deben house type. So some of those other house types will have that tax window detail still on there. But from my understanding, it was plot 1 which was of particular interest during the last application. Therefore, we have made revisions to those elevations on plot 1.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Stringer?
Well, it'll come out in debate, I'm sure. Equally, there also appears to be, on the bungalow design, there is a differing colour in windows. I think the front windows are a grey colour, but all the other windows and doors are white. Can I just confirm that?
That is correct. Due to the black cladding use on the front elevation of the bungalows, we felt it appropriate to use the same colour for the window frames.
Okay. Councillor Mellon, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, just a question. One of the things raised by the community when there's been consultations has been the permeability of the site in terms of connectivity into the Taylor Wimpey site. So I wanted to ask the agents, has there been any approach to the landowner to attempt to make a connection for pedestrians through to the Taylor Wimpey site?
There is a parcel of land between our site and the Taylor Wimpey site, which you would have to go through first, which is under separate third-party ownership. And so, no, there hasn't.
Can I follow that question up from Councillor Mellon's question? Because I noticed that in that southeastern corner, there's a butt of a road and what looks like a sort of unofficial gap in the hedging. And similarly, on the northern side of the development, on the other side of your boundary, there is a public footpath network. And again, there look like there's some unofficial gaps in the hedge line. Are those going to remain to be unofficial ways through, even if there is no formal path connection?
Yeah, that's correct. They could be informal.
Thank you. So the possibility of creating a path link will not be restrained by your development?
If that were to come forward at a later date, then yes, that could be done.
Further questions for the agent? Okay, so now we go to the ward member, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. So, as the agent has said, the principle of development on this site was established at outline. It is a complicated site. So what I want to do in a few minutes is just to articulate the concerns that have been raised by the community. And because this site is in Witherston, Witherston Parish Council have a view, and then it's functionally attached to Bacton, so Bacton are very interested in as well. I suppose the main thing is to say that there's a real concern in the community about the lost amenity of the middle school. The middle school was well used. It had a large school hall that was used for concerts and plays and public meetings. The playing fields were used for various events, including the annual firework display, and there were tennis courts that were used by a local community club. The school closed in 2015, and there's very much the feeling that there was a loss of amenity to the community. So then we have the outline permission for 50 homes, all-weather sports pitch and land retained for a school. The buildings were eventually demolished in 2022, and the site has sat vacant with its future a little bit uncertain. So I think there's really a desire in the community to be clear what's going to happen on this site and to end the uncertainty and see a way forward. But in the meantime, 5 other large sites have come forward in Bacton, and 4 of these are largely built out, one of them stalled. In terms of the primary school, I think this is actually unlikely to come forward because of the drop-off in school roles. So the current site, current Bacton Primary School, is well under roll at the moment. So even if this site does come forward, it will be some way into the future. So at the moment, we have really just to consider it as a development of 50 homes, plus the open space, plus the sports facilities. I think the layout, we've seen various iterations of the layout over the last couple of years. It really has developed and improved. So that the main concerns left now really are the mix of market housing, basically not enough 1 and 2 bed homes and sort of oversupply of 3 and 4 bed. Real concern about the management of the sports facilities. It's really unclear about how that is going to be managed, and Councillor Hardingham did highlight that. I think there's a lost opportunity in terms of the connectivity of the site through to the Taylor Wimpey development. It is effectively a desire line for pedestrian access through, and if the school does come forward, that's an opportunity missed. And it does look like there's space between homes 9 and 10 for a path to come through there if that could be arranged in the future. A little bit concerned about the affordables being massed in one area of the site. They have been spread out a little bit, but I think they could have been pepper potted around. I suppose just to really say that this isn't really a brownfield site. We are building on playing fields. Okay, the front part was a school, that's been demolished, and that's becoming public space. But I think if you're in the widest definition of a brownfield site, I think you'd struggle to include this one. So I think, yeah, on balance, I'd like the committee to really, weigh up the different things coming forward here. We do have an outline for 50 homes. We want to end the uncertainty, but it would be good to be able to tie up some of these loose ends as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the ward member? I do have one of my own. In the absence of the parish councils being here, and I'm not sure exactly where the boundary between Wiveston and Bacton lies, so it may be one or the other of them, but have either of them considered taking on this aspect of putting a connecting path from the Taylor Wimpey to this development? As the agent has said, it's in a third-party ownership, and I'm just asking, is this something that the parish council might be able to take forward in the future, so long as it's not precluded by the development?
Thank you, Chair. So I think Bacton Parish Council are very interested in this. Effectively, as the agent said, there is a small strip of land which is owned by the previous owner of the Taylor Wimpey site, which could act as a ransom strip. So I can understand why there's a sort of reluctance to pursue that. It could be looked at in the future. I'm a little bit concerned that that might affect the properties either side of that path if they're sold the homes on the expectation that it's not a pedestrian walkway. But I think the parish councils would be interested in pursuing it.
Thank you. And similarly, I know that there is a good footpath network between the site and the other part of Wiveston where the church is. Is there also a desire to connect to that footpath network so that people can access from the Taylor Wimpey all the way through to Wiveston?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the ward member? Councillor Hardingham.
There's a section of the roadway which is shown as private drive still, which provides access to most of the affordable homes. I think, if I've read the drawings correctly, and I'm not looking at an old superseded drawing, I'm looking at slide 15. And there was a comment somewhere about fears that a private drive might lead to unacceptable increases in maintenance costs and so on for people in the affordable homes. Is that still an issue? Has that been raised by the parish?
I'm not aware that is an issue that's been raised by the parish. I don't know if the officer's got any view on that.
I'm not aware, but I can have a quick look back through the responses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, then we will now open this item up for debate. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, before we've had the issue of management of the games area put forward. Is it okay if we just explore that just a little bit more?
So is this a question for the ward member or
this
a
may
question
well
for
be
the
for the
officers?
agent.
The agent, yeah,
if that's
fair enough.
Okay. This proposal for this mixed-use games area has been on the table for, what, 4 or 5 years, and it's there to replace some of what was lost in the demolition, etc., and they're now building on 50 houses on the former playing fields. The parish council is embarking on a neighbourhood development plan, and it's had a public consultation about where to site such a facility. And the site being promoted is not this one, because this is not in the parish of Bacton, it's not even within the neighbourhood development plan area of Bacton. So, if the neighbourhood development plan is approved this year, which they're they're working towards, that cites a mixed-use games area 80 metres away from this one, in the parish of Bacton, are we then heading, how do we manage 2 mixed-use games areas in the same location when there is no one to, if the parish builds their own, who manages this one? How does this work?
Can I just clarify in terms of the management as a whole?
Yeah.
So, just so everyone's aware, the Section 106 states that a management company would be set up, and that will be done between the applicant and the council themselves. So they will form together to create this independent management company, I think is the term that's referred to in the agreement. And how that sports pitch would relate to one, we say 80 metres away, would be a matter for that independent company that would be set up between the council and the applicant.
Okay, I'm just trying to sketch out what happens then as the primary school doesn't move. If it doesn't move, it's 80 pupils under capacity at the moment, despite the developments already come about. If it then doesn't move, we are, as it were, enshrining a mugger on the edge of Witherston, on the edge of a development with nothing else attached to it. Okay, I just wonder how that gets managed.
Can I following on from that, I just ask, although the Section 106 says there is a management condition within the Section 106, does it preclude it being managed by the parish or parishes if they wanted to share?
If the parishes wish to take it on, there's nothing that prevents that.
Okay, are there any, I think we're now at the stage of debate, so does anybody want to make a start? Councillor Hardinger.
Well, I'm going to continue with the mugger or the 3G pitch, whichever it is, and I'm slightly confused about which would be preferable anyway from the point of view of the local community, because the 3G pitch is maybe more limited in some respects, but less in others. And in the all the documents relating to this application, it is variably described as a 2G and also as a 3G pitch. I don't really know where we are on this one.
Is that part of the Section 106 agreement from the outline as to what actually goes on that pitch?
So I think the description of development states a grass pitch and a 3G pitch. There was a proposal at some point during the application to have a mugger, but that would require amending the development description and possibly amending the Section 106. So the applicant has decided to go back to what they already had approval for under the outline for a 3G pitch. And in terms of what it states, just flick to the right page. Too many pieces of paper now. Yeah, in the section 106, it is defined as a floodlit artificial grass sports pitch.
And the details of that are still unknown, or are they part of a current discharge of conditions or Section 106 agreement? Or?
So we haven't had the discharge of the Section 106 submitted yet. The trigger is prior to commencement, and that will include a full detailed specification for the pitch.
And that will include what the surface is made from as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's helpful to a degree informing the discussion, but I just wanted to say we are looking at the reserved matters of access.
I just wanted to clear up that it was outside of this.
Yeah.
What it was actually going to be made from.
No, I didn't want to quash debate earlier, but just was cautious and just to steer back that way if we can, please. Thank you, Chair.
But what we are agreeing is where it goes, because that's part of the layout. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. Does that help, Councillor Hardingham?
I'm still very unhappy about the uncertainty over the future use of this pitch. I mean, it seems ridiculous to spend maybe £100,000 on building a large 3G pitch and then not having anybody who wants to take it on, or it being in the wrong place.
Councillor Carter.
Yes, adding to the uncertainty of this 3D pitch with actually no confirming that who will actually be taking it on. Should it go to be a 3D pitch of rubber crumb when rubber crumb is due to be phased out by 2031? The maintenance of that machine, without knowing who's going to maintain it, whether or not they have to remove it or things like that, it's an added dilemma to the local area who will actually have the ongoing thing, especially with the additional concern of the carcinogenic of the rubber crumb. So it is something it may be underneath sorted out later, but it's a dilemma for now, whether or not we're passing on something which would a big unknown to an additional unknown in the future.
Thank you for that, but did you want to come back?
Yeah, can we just clarify that the principle of having this pitch has already been secured, so there's no debate that Sports England require the site to have a pitch due to the loss of the pitch on the site when the school use was ended, essentially. So the pitch is going to be coming forward. It was secured at outline stage. We really are just looking at the layout.
I think we're going down a rabbit hole about the pitch, and I think the future of that, I would certainly like to see both Wiveston and Bacton Parish Councils being involved in any decision about how it's managed and about how it's constructed. But I think we need to leave it there, because all we've got on this site is where it is, and that's what we need to agree. It's got to be there, and this is where it's going to go on this site. So does anyone else wish to make a contribution to the debate? Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, just want to go back to two elements that would cause me to hesitate to move approval. The first of this, we need to sort out this connectivity issue and do as much as we possibly can to make sure future connectivity can be sustainable. Because frankly, we have seen enough examples of where we've developed things and the connectivity becomes a nightmare. If the school ever does come here, and I frankly don't think it necessarily will, but if it does, the connectivity here is absolutely vital. Even if it doesn't come forward, there's going to be a much needed area of green space with a mixed-use games area with whoever manages it that will need to be accessed, we hope, without the use of the private motor car, which means that connectivity between numbers 9 and 10, we need to make sure we don't preclude the ability for that to happen in the future. So if we could put a condition in that indicates that could happen, I might consider moving approval. I have to say I'm slightly disappointed about, and I don't want, it sounds like a petty thing, but it isn't. This issue of putting alien materials into the mix of local distinctiveness and character, I begin to get wound up about. A number of developments now insist on putting these stone sills in, and we've gone round several estates after they've been built, doing a bit of an audit, and they're one of the things that developers hate because they cost a fortune, and they're not part of our character here in Suffolk. We don't tend to use them. And when you then also install them, and you can see them, especially as a site in Hawley where you can see it, where they've put in what looks like a window that's been bricked up because of the window tax, and then they've put a stone sill under it, so you get this beautiful brick effect with just a white thing in for no reason at all. It detracts from good design and from local distinctive character. So I don't know why they're there. So for me, I could move approval on this if we could nail the connectivity, get rid of the sills and the fake bricked up windows. Frankly, if we could do that, I'd happily move approval.
Thank you. But we don't actually have a proposal. You're just saying that that might happen if... Yeah. And are they things that we can condition?
I was just going to come back on that, Chair, if that's right. I think in terms of the connectivity, actually approving it as this layout would leave that space for the connection. I think we're difficult because the access was dealt with, but nonetheless the layout leaves the space for it. So I believe the connectivity would be an available option should everyone be able to get together and resolve any issues, or as a, that is the route of least resistance, and we know where people will go if they are merely walking across a small area of grass. So I think the connectivity for me is addressed by the layout that we've got. In terms of the sorry, I've lost my word there.
The
sill, sorry, yeah, I couldn't think of the word
and
sill. Sorry, go on. In terms of the sill, I think I'd be happy with sort of two choices. Either we deal by condition, or if we delegate, we'd be looking to delegate for the MPPF anyway. We could include that in our delegation to review an alternative material if that's something members wanted to propose. So I think there are ways of dealing with that if you'd like to.
Mate, it doesn't need to be an the material's already there. They're called bricks. You know, it just seems to me that constantly now in development we're introducing all sorts of things just to say we've put some character into it, when actually we've got coining on the brickwork, which is wonderful, locally distinctive. That's what we do. We're clever with bricks in Suffolk. So why we can't just continue that thing without keep adding other elements to look like we're being clever, I've absolutely no idea. So, like I say, if we could condition that, I would be content.
So is this actually a proposal with those conditions?
Well, if we could, if we could condition that the officers agree to amend to make it look more locally distinctive, and then we could, the officers have heard, and I'm quite prepared to be wrong, by the way, if other members have other wants or desires in their area, please. And equally to make sure that we have conditioned that layout is the layout, so it doesn't preclude that connectivity. I would then move approval.
Councillor Carter.
Just going back to the rear access with the bins, is it at all possible to secure it to be wider to ensure that bins, considering it's one access for 3 gardens to remove their bins, should somebody leave their bin out there or something in this corridor, it might make removal of the bin impossible, or if, say, there's disabled assistance and we have our own bin men doing it, if they're doing a service of removing the bin, it has to be accessible to the bin. So if that one garden at the end is blocked off, then they can't have their bins removed. Well, maybe it's just a concern of mine. A meter's not wide enough to get 2 bins past each other.
I'll just see if the officers have come back on that. But Councillor Haddingham, were you about to say?
I was just going to say, if Andrew has proposed, which I wasn't really clear whether he had or not, then I'm happy to second. I hear what they're saying about connectivity, and I was going to say to Gemma, as long as we don't actually put things in the way of where things might happen in the future, then I realise it's a problem, but as long as we don't mess it up for future uses. I also don't like the silly windows that are no longer there. I'm assuming they're just going to go. But if we can just definitely get rid of them, then yes, I'm happy to second.
So do we actually have a proposal, Councillor Stringer?
I think we did. We were delegating to the officer to do those tweaks, I think.
And I think Councillor Hanningham has just seconded it. I too was not that struck on the design of those houses. I really didn't like those large 4-bedroom double-fronted things. I didn't think they looked to me like a suburban sort of estate, and it's right on the edge of the countryside. So I'm not struck on them, but I realise that that's not enough to refuse it on. But they didn't leap out and grab me, those designs. Certainly not. If we just go back to the offices and check that we can, I don't know about Councillor Carter's, whether we can make that path a little bit wider. I'm not convinced that. I mean, getting 2 bins past one another is quite wide, actually. Knowing how difficult it is for me to get my bin down the side of my house, and there's a fence the other side, so it might be quite wide. I'm not sure it would fit even.
Yeah, I think the issue we've got is it goes over the no-dig area for the trees. I don't think it necessarily precludes it. I think Avril, if you looked a bit further.
We may have to hope that the residents actually are thoughtful and don't leave bins in narrow paths.
I think, Chair, if I suggest a condition that we agree the rear access width and we can expand it as far as we can, if that needs to be no dig, if that has got pinch points that we cannot work around, but if the majority is wide enough so at least you could see someone coming, wait, move around, keep going, I think we could look at that.
And on the pedestrian permeability issue, we have that layout and we can secure the layout to make sure that there is no built structure blocking those accesses. Can we also ensure that there's no boundary treatment blocking those accesses with fences and hedging?
Yes, so the layout would be as the agreed plan. There is a boundary treatment plan that shows exactly where the fences, walls, hedges, etc. are going, and none of those block that area. So the whole of the plan would be secured, and it does leave that as an open gap. So I think
and we can't actually confirm the northern side because that's not because access is not to be considered.
No,
but again, I'm also talking about that because I'd like people from the Taylor Wimpey estate to be able to walk through the new estate and join those footpaths, which I think are quite well used in the Wiveston area. And we want to do all we can to encourage people to walk to places rather than jump in their car.
Can I just... Yeah, sorry. So, yeah, there's no boundary treatment proposed between the turning head, sort of the 15 and 16. And then you've got these sort of like mown paths shown through the public open space, and one actually runs to the eastern side of the pitch and does show a connection between the trees on the northern boundary. So I believe that would then connect up with the public footpaths.
I think there's also on one of your plans what looked like a little gap in the hedging on the north eastern corner. There's also another little gap there that looks like it's got between, again, off another hammerhead.
Yeah, I think that might be between the right of the detention basin and then the top northern plot. Yeah, there looks like there is a gap in the trees.
So those are definitely going to be there.
There's no boundary treatment.
Can walk through there unofficially and join that footpath, which is quite a nice footpath. Okay, do we have anyone else wish to contribute to the debate?
Just that I was going to double check the recommendation if we didn't.
We do need. Well, we just need to double check it, and there may be some other comments arising.
Okay, great, thank you.
Before you do that, I was just also thinking, bearing in mind what Councillor Hardingham said about the previous application, about the glazed windows at the back of the houses, I was just thinking, if any of those face south, can we also put something in about preparing for climate change on any large glazed south-facing window aspect?
Yeah, we already on the outline have a condition securing an energy and sustainability statement. So I would suggest it could be picked up in that submission.
So although it's to do with overheating rather than heat escaping from the house, it's more about heat coming in the other way, but that condition you think will cover that?
I believe so, yeah.
Councillor Lawrence.
I'd just like to add to that debate. I think we need to be a little bit careful because we're going to drive designers to not incorporating French doors and patio doors in houses, which are quite a nice feature generally. I think we've got to be a little bit careful if we start blanket introducing onerous conditions on the installation of picturesque French windows.
I'm not saying we don't have glazed windows. I'm saying they need to have a blind or a shade that you can come out in sunny weather. I mean, that isn't a huge imposition, I wouldn't have thought. But Councillor Stringer.
Just to come back on that, there is a building regulation, I think, called Part O, where you've got to demonstrate how you're not going to overheat. And in fact, this committee approved a dwelling in Mendlesham that had a completely south-facing glazed gable as part of its design. Guess what? It's now covered in a floor-to-ceiling wooden Venetian blind outside. You can't even see the glass, this design features, because they're cooking in there. So there is an element to where we just need to be sensible if you're going to do that, because the inverse of that is you're going to end up designing houses now that are going to need almost year-round air conditioning if you're not careful. We're going to sort of heat retention to too much heat retention because we're getting very clever with design and insulation, quite right too, but equally we need to be mindful of that, and it isn't about ruining good design, it's about actually not designing things that you simply can't use or it'll cost you a fortune in the future.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Carter.
Just adding to that point regarding south-facing, as a resident in a bungalow with a south-facing glazed window, which is actually council-owned and that's too hot to be inside during the day, we have no method of actually calling fans do not work because it's just move around heat. So we need to put any mitigation we can, otherwise you have residents like myself who can't be in our own home at certain hours of the day. It's just baking hot.
No, I mean, in the weather we've been having recently, you just keep the curtains closed all the time. But if you actually had the capability of having some sort of blind to shade those windows, I think that would be an improvement. So could we just run through what the conditions are, and then I think we can go for the vote.
Yeah, of course, thank you, Jess. So again, we're going to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer to review those MPPF changes, exactly the same wording as before, so I'll leave that one there. And subject to that, to approve as the recommendation on pages 85 to 86, and additional conditions for the amended window sill details to be agreed and a rear access width for bins to be agreed to those specific properties.
Did that include the bricked up windows, or can we not do anything about them?
Are you doing window sills or windows and sills?
I did say so. Absolutely window details to be agreed. I think that covers both if you're happy. Yeah.
Right. Are the proposer and seconder happy with those proposals? So I think we can now go for the vote. Thank you.
Only just finished amending it. That's now in progress. Councillor Carter, are you? Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to propose that we break for lunch. It's 1 o'clock exactly, so let's have 45 minutes. So can we meet back here at 1:45 for the third case? Thank you.
26/00363, land at Lawn Park Business Centre, Warren Lane, Woolpit. I will now invite Dan Cameron to introduce the application to the committee.
The second obvious error, that should obviously read DC 00363. Apologies, members. This is reserve matters for 2 new commercial buildings at the Lawn Farm Business Park. It's an L-shaped piece of land. It's 1.2 hectares in size, and it was granted outlined under DC 2204/002. If we come back, this was the aerial map presented at the time, so slightly later, around 2023 when it came to committee. And the L-shaped piece of land we're looking at in particular is down here. If we take the slightly wider view, you can see the run of the A14 across the site, and you can see the edge of Woolpit, and further to the north you've got Elmswell. It's the Agmax quarry site, and further up here you come to Hawley Park. In terms of ongoing development on the site, we now have 4 buildings occupied and completed. We've got Bacton Transport and Pre-Con at the site entrance, and then we've most recently granted a further building, DC 24-05355, which is also in use by Pre-Con. Come to the constraints, members. There's a number of listed buildings just up here. We have Lawn Cottage, it's listed at grade 2. We've got Lawn Farmhouse, which is listed at grade 2. In between, there's a non-listed building called Lawnswood, and then we have another listed building across the A14 down the embankment and then up again. We've got public right of way that crosses through the site and is cut in half by the A14, and then if we move slightly further ahead, members, we've got the blue site denoting the allocation in SPO5 as an allocated employment site, and then we have the 2 views, one from the Elmswell neighbourhood plan, one from the Woolpit neighbourhood plan, looking down towards Woolpit and then looking back towards Elmswell. And then this green shaded area is ancient woodland on the Hawley Park estate. Just in terms of planning history, the 2 areas at the front are outlined in pink. They're the Pre-Con and Bacton Transport buildings. We then had full planning permission for this 3rd building, further permission on this yellow site, which is where Truck East now are when they moved out of Stowe Market. We then had outline on parcel 4 under DC 19-03851, but then we had further full and outline permission on the green and blue parcels. This is just the site plan showing the drainage approved at outline. So there's an attenuation pond in place on site with all the drainage flowing to that point. And the LLFA have been consulted on this application, have no issues with the surface water drainage for this site. And then we also, under outline, agreed the broad brush landscape strategy, so additional planting around the attenuation basin. We've got some existing planting along the boundary to the A14, which is to be retained, and then we have additional planting to the publicly viewable areas of the site as well. In terms of the site plan, we've got 2 HGV accesses into the internal roads of the estate. We've got a small amount of parking to building 1, a larger parking area to the rear, including 6 disabled bays, and then a smaller parking area for building 2. In terms of parking standards, we meet the requirement in terms of parking standards, and if you include the disabled spaces, we exceed it. And then building 1 is 48 metres by 26.5 metres, 8 metres to the eaves. It has 1 HGV access. We've got windows to 2 frontages, And we've got PV to the roof. And then building number 2 is slightly larger. It measures 65 by 32, and again 8 metres to the eaves. And then we've got 5 HGV accesses to the building. Internally in building 1, we've got office, training, welfare facilities at ground floor and first floor. And then in building 2, we've got a smaller welfare area accessed by the door that you've seen on the plans. And then we've got a larger storage area. In terms of other buildings on the site, plot 4, which was most recently approved, is 67.5 metres by 35.5 metres, and again is 8 metres to the eaves. This is just the HGV routing plan, so you've got the access at junction 47A, that's off only. We'd then come and access the site, and then getting back onto the A14, it's down to the Top Hill junction, and then you can make access to the primary route of the A14. There is allowance within the Suffolk HGV routing map where if you're picking up or setting down through a tertiary route, you can use a tertiary route instead of the primary or secondary routes. This is Lawn Farmhouse. This is the Grade 2 listed building that I noted before. There is a scaffolding plant hire business conducted round the side and rear of this property. And then this is the commercial access to the side of Lawn Farmhouse. This is the rear of plot 4 as part of DC 24-05355. Bunding and acoustic screen were erected. There's also some planting to go on in this area. And then you can see the end of it from the edge of plot 5 with Lawn Farmhouse, Lawnswood and Lawn Cottage visible before the bank of trees at the edge there. This is Lawnswood. This is the non-listed building between the 2 listed buildings. And then this is Lawn Cottage. And that's the end of the row. Between Lawn Cottage and Lawn Farmhouse, Lawn Cottage is 130 metres away from the edge of plot 6, and Lawn Farmhouse is 280 metres away. This is then the view through the site, so you can see Bacton and Precon. This is before development of plot 4. So you can see down through the site, you can see the rush of traffic at the bottom for the A14. This is then the access to Warren Lane. Looking towards the site, you can see the impromptu passing places created. This is then the view within the site over plots 4 and 5. And this is over 5 to 6 with again the A14 in the background and then the embankment up over to Woolpit. This is a view back within the site, back through, so this is following completion of the new Precon building. And then this is the view over plot 5 and plot 6 down to the bottom there. This is a view of the site along the A14 travelling westbound, and you can see the existing planting on the edges. And then this is a view of the site travelling eastbound, and you can see the established planting. Close to the end, then these are some LVI images of the site. So this is the long view from the edge of Armswell. So you can just see the Bacton Transport and Precon buildings at the edge of the site. And then this is the long view taken from Woolpit, so you can see the roofs of the existing, but this is the parcel 4, 5 and 6 site, so 6 would be located on this edge. And then this is the view back through the site, so you can see the blue gradiated buildings at this edge, plot 6. And then this is the long view within the site from the east, plots 4 and 5, and you can just catch the edge of Lawn Farmhouse there. The recommendation within the report is to approve subject to conditions. Officers have reviewed the most recent application on the site, that's DC 24-05355, and have replicated conditions suggested by a committee onto that permission. Members should also be aware that as we've got outline and then reserved matters, all the conditions attached to the outline continue to apply and are set out in the report for members as well. So we shouldn't necessarily look to replicate those conditions, but where we feel those conditions might want to go further, we've done so within the recommendation. I'll turn over to members now for any questions that arise as a result of the report.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the case officer? Councillor Stringer.
Thank you. Just wanted to just double check. We are wedded to the coloration, because I think over time, I think it's been the considered opinion that the original colour chosen probably wasn't the best in terms of its neon capability, certainly given with the level of lighting as well. So are we doing anything to try and make future ones look less neon and have less amount of lux spilling out of them, and how much solar are we proposing on these?
So in terms of solar, the entirety of the south-facing roof slopes of both buildings have solar PV on them. In terms of the design and the cladding, we've got 4 buildings on site now clad in that colour scheme, that gradiated blue leading up to white at the top. So there is a rationale that says, well, actually, if we're part of the same site, do we continue on with the same cladding? There is comment from Place Services that say, well, actually, maybe reconsideration of the cladding colour would be useful. I think if members are minded to reconsider the cladding colours, I think a notwithstanding condition could be added, given that we're dealing with matters of appearance, in order to have the cladding changed, and officers could then look to consult on that with Place Services to make sure we get the best colour match for the landscape in that position.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Hardingham.
I don't know whether this is actually relevant, given that we're on reserved matters, but what consideration has been given for active travel to this site under LP 29? It is an issue that was raised, I believe, by Woolpit Parish Council, and the excessive use of Warren Lane by HGVs. It is in a pretty awful condition with, vehicles obviously go off the edge quite frequently and break up the tarmac on the sides of the road, which makes it very hazardous on a bike.
No, bear with me. I'm just looking through the outline, because I think we did consult travel planning, the SCC, on the outline. But I can't remember if they wanted to include a travel plan necessarily at that point. Again, if members feel that that is something that is required, it's not already been conditioned on the outline, then that might be something that members would like to review at this point.
Just touching on that point, I was just looking at the same thing that Councillor Hardingham was talking about, which is what Woolpit Parish Council asked. I mean, they did also talk about an HGV ban between Warren Lane and Wood Road together. I mean, are they dreaming that we can do this?
In terms of the footbridge, I think there's not the land. National highways haven't required it, and in terms of making that connection, it might be desirable, but in terms of feasibility, we're not sure. You'd have to create an accessible route over the A14. In terms of banning transport down Warren Lane, Woods Road, at the moment, I think the only route the only place that you would access with that route would probably be Rattlesden. Members could look at it, and we have an HGV deliveries plan conditioned within the suggested conditions here, so we could look at it that way, but I think there might always be a need for some vehicles to make that access, and you wouldn't necessarily get rid of large vehicles using that stretch of Warren Lane to Woods Road, because we've got the other business outside of the Lawn Farm Business Park that make use of it. We'd also potentially have other users. We've got the Agmax quarry site further up, and I'm not quite sure where SCC are with their routing for them.
Councillor
Yeah, being the county councillor for Lawn Farm Quarry, I can tell you they are not allowed to use any of those routes. They're only you choose one prescribed route in and out of that quarry, and that is not it.
Are there any other questions for the officer?
Can I come back on the travel plan point?
Yes.
At the outline stage, the travel planning team had no comments to make on the proposal, so there was no travel plan condition imposed.
So that closes that one down from our point of view today.
So there, 4002. So in the committee report for 4002, there is an existing travel plan for the site.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. My name is Jamie Martin-Edwards. I'm a planning consultant with James Bailey Planning, and joining me today is Mr. Craig Smith, the landowner at Lawn Park Business Centre, and my colleague Alex MacDonald. Lawn Park Business Centre is already recognised as a suitable and strategic employment location and specifically identified within Policy SPO 5 of the adopted Joint Local Plan. Members will be aware that a number of successful businesses already operate out of the site, including Truck East, Precon Products, Bacton Logistics and Adanac. Lawn Park continues to provide an important employment hub along the A14 corridor and makes a valuable contribution to the local economy. The application before members today relates to Parcel 6 and follows the outline planning permission granted under reference DC 22-04002. The principle of employment development on the site has therefore already been established, and this application is now seeking approval of the reserve matters. The proposal comprises of 2 commercial buildings which can be used for B2, B8 and Class EG purposes in accordance with the outline consent. Building 1 measures approximately 1,200 square metres and incorporates warehouse space together with office, reception and staff welfare facilities. Building 2 extends to approximately 2,100 square metres and is designed to accommodate a range of industrial storage and commercial occupiers. The layout has been carefully designed to utilise the existing internal road network with separate access arrangements serving each building, together with dedicated loading areas and sufficient space for HGV turning and manoeuvring. Parking provision has been designed in accordance with Suffolk guidance, providing 57 standard parking spaces, 6 disabled bays and appropriate servicing arrangements for commercial vehicles. Importantly, Parcel 6 represents the final undeveloped parcel on the eastern side of Lawn Park Business Centre. The design is therefore taken into account of the nearby heritage assets, including Lawn Farmhouse and Lawn Cottage. Members will note that Parcels 4 and 5, together with the approved landscaping buffer zones, now sit between these listed buildings and Parcel 6, significantly reducing any impact to their setting. The application has been prepared having regard to the relevant conditions attached to the outline permission. Matters such as sustainability measures, noise assessments, biodiversity enhancements, lighting details and operational hours are all controlled through those conditions already and will be submitted to the Council at the appropriate trigger points. In addition, archaeology and ecological pre-commencement requirements have already been dealt with. Overall, the proposal represents the continued delivery of an allocated consented employment site, providing modern commercial floor space, and will support business growth, investment and future job creation in Mid-Suffolk. We therefore respectfully request that members support the officer recommendation and approve the reserve matters application for Parcel 6. Thank you for your time, consideration, and we'll answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the agent? Councillor Mansell?
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions, really. If you already have customers lined up who want to make use of this building, Will they be using their own fleet of HGVs, or will they be using third-party HGV firm to do the manoeuvring? And I'd also like to ask you about your consideration of cycle parking. You've told us about the car parking. So those are my two queries. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies. Thank you for the questions. I'll start with the cycling parking. In essence, there is a condition applied from Dan to be able to provide parking provision before we're allowed to occupy the site. So we intend to be able to provide you with detailed lighting around cycle shed, secured cycle shed. What we've done on other sites within Lawn Farm Park is they have like a code that they can get into, so it's locked and secured parking. So that will come forward as part of any condition. In terms of whether any future occupiers of these sites will use third-party or their own haulage, that remains to be seen at this particular stage. Apologies.
Can I just come back on visitor cycle parking as opposed to employee cycle parking? Is there any provision for visitor cycle parking where you might want to turn up, visit the office, and not have to worry about putting a code in?
I think that's a fair assessment, and we'll take that on board when we come to discharge that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So we'll move on to the ward members. So which one of you wants to go first?
Thank you. Now, whilst we're talking only about reserve matters, and we realise that there is already a outline permission for business park, everyone just needs to accept that there are so many local issues regarding this provision of an employment site. We're told it's, in a strategic position with good access. Well, I'm sorry that we have to disagree that there is not good access to the road network because there's only one-way access off the A14 in an eastbound direction. So consequently, however theoretical the HGV routing is, that is not necessarily what happens in practice, and that is what mostly causes the local issues. So it has been identified as employment land, and we do have there is a weight restriction on Warren Lane, Elmswell, which leads away from the site in a northerly direction towards Elmswell. Wood Road, which is in the opposite direction, south of the old A14, does not benefit from a weight restriction, and even though HGV traffic may not be using those narrow country lanes, there is still a lot of vehicles which are just within the weight limit to use Warren Lane, Elmswell, and it is a difficult turn at the end of Wood Road if you want to go into Woolpit. Some of the users of the Lawn Farm business site who do use their own HGV fleets have trackers, but it is a long way back to Tot Hill. So if any driver is using their sat-nav or even, they will find an alternative route along narrow, unsuitable, narrow country lanes. You saw a picture of Warren Lane, Elmswell, which has some poorly used passing places. There is a bit of curb in bits, but people don't wait to pass there. They just go onto the edge of the verge, and they're wearing away the land there. There is no pedestrian path along Warren Lane, Elmswell, so any employee who is going to the business park, walking from the station, will be walking down this narrow country lane, which is getting more and more traffic on it. There is a part of the way across. There is a footpath which you could cut across to get to the old A14 and the area around the business park and the Stag Cafe. But then there's a sort of illegal bit of path that people just use as a cut through, and it would be great if that was actually formally used as a footpath so that it could encourage more people to try and walk to the business park and the Stag Cafe Emporium, which is next door. Whilst we are still awaiting the famous bike community path between Woolpit and Elmswell, which could be still some long way off, using Warren Lane, Elmswell and Wood Road, Woolpit is one of the more sensible routes if you want to avoid going anywhere near the A14. So it is a cycle route, and we have to deal with these HGVs coming out of the business park, going along the old A14, along the muddy bit of road that's been generated by the quarry. It is not a nice place to cycle, and you just have to do it as quickly as possible. And I understand that there was at some point some discussion about whether to put a speed limit on the old A14 so that vehicles coming off the A14 who could be going 70 miles an hour or possibly even more and may not be aware that there is going to be slow-moving HGVs coming in and out of the business park. And I just wonder whether that could be looked at again as to whether that is something that might improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists if the cars were going a little bit slower. Now, this plot is furthest from the listed buildings and the residential properties. And I was disappointed that in the photographs there didn't seem to be a view looking south along Warren Lane from Elmswell direction towards the business park, because it really does look like a blot on the landscape. The land in Elmswell, it falls away along Warren Lane, you go down the hill and then up again. So it's on the skyline, and you've got these big sheds. And okay, we've got used to it in the daytime, and much as we may not like the pale blue fading look of it, these buildings will be behind those. But what you really need to appreciate is if you go at night along Warren Lane and you get blinded by the lights from the business park, and this is a rural area, it is completely incongruous. So as far as I'm concerned, it's the lighting and the access for sustainable means of travel that are probably the things that I'm most concerned with. If you do something about the appearance of the buildings, I'm quite happy with that. But as I said, I think the view, I think these buildings are going to be far more visible from the A14 than they are from either Elmswell or Woolpit or Wood Lane, where the lawn farm and lawn cottage are. They're going to be at the back, and we've got the bund around the farm anyway. But I just think, you know, there are very few planning reasons why this shouldn't go ahead. But I think you do need to consider the conditions that go on to this. If we can add any more conditions on top of what's already been outlined to try and mitigate the harm that this whole development is putting on the local communities and the local traffic situation. And I'll hand over to my fellow.
Oh, hang on one sec. I was going to say thanks. Dan, can we send a sort of informative or something to highways about the speeds coming off the thing, or is that all we can do really? Is that the limit of our?
Yeah, we can certainly make our highways colleagues aware of the issue. Whether we're able to then, through this application, create remedy, I don't know. I suspect it might be for highways to do themselves.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Overett.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mansell's given a very thorough response. I've just got a couple of points I wanted to emphasise. I know it's usual for the various reserve matters to be submitted across a varied timescale, but I don't believe this is ideal with this application. We've got a mix of reports and plans due over 4 different stages of the process. And local residents make a good point when they say that it's the cumulative effect of each phase of the lawn farm development, plus the cumulative impact of the various considerations coming up under reserve matters that is relevant to residential amenity along Warren Lane. Woolpit Parish Council with lighting have commented that the level of light across the site and its cumulative impact on wildlife has proved far greater in practice than the impression that was originally given in the planning papers. And Councillor Mansell's personal experience on your bike reinforces that. And residents describe lighting as contextual, meaning you need to see lighting layouts, scale boundary treatments, landscaping, etc. as a whole in order to fully understand its implications. So it's a piecemeal timescale for the various Plot 6 approvals as well, makes it harder for residents and councillors to understand and comment on the real impact of each plot as it comes up and its contribution to the overall impact. In particular, I would like to see an actual outline lighting plan on an informative basis at this earlier stage rather than saving it the lighting details for some unspecified future date. And just as a second point, Councillor Stringer mentioned about the excuse me, colour scheme. And Police Services have actually commented 3 times in each of their reports, recommending a review of the banded colour choice. They've made the point that this coordinates with other units, the blue colour scheme, where it was chosen to blend with the sky, but the setting of this plot from some angles is of woodland, and that a very different colour scheme would seem more appropriate. It's also on the edge of the site, and the site does have, and in a different landscape from other plots. So again, I would like consideration given to this very valid perspective about the use of colour, and a thought-through decision on whether colour consistency across the site is more important than the impact on the heritage buildings and the various views, assorted viewpoints at different angles. It's hard to imagine that without images and a proper consideration, so it would be really good to be able to compare those 2 colour options. Thank you.
Are there any questions for either of the ward members? No, cool. Well, we'll move on to the debate then. I will now open up the item for debate. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to follow on from what more members have said. I think I'll start with colour first and then lighting. Colour, I think I get the point, but I think I was on the original committee that approved the original one, and I'm the first to put my hand up to say we dropped the ball. That colour is awful for a rural location, frankly. And if we can change it now, please do. We're heading towards an ancient woodland. If we can change that colour palette and prove that we made a mistake, that would be absolutely brilliant. But equally, what also enhances the colour saturation is the amount of lighting that it floods. And we're getting closer to that woodland where bats will be living, no doubt. So we need to make sure that whatever lighting we put in there is nature friendly. What I want to come to is I have to say, as County Councillor for just across the road from here, I'm really disappointed with the Highways response. It flies in the face of all the facts that they have. To suggest this site is well connected to the highway network is technically correct, but what they're not telling you is the constant breaches of lorries going down Park Road, to which the parish council is now dipping its hand in its pocket to try and regularise. The amount of lorries coming off the existing site that are turning left to go up Stowmarket Road into Weatherden, so many of them that they've knocked over the sign that says no HGV turn left, to which the parish council is now expected to dip its hand in its pocket to buy a new sign to tell lorry drivers they shouldn't be turning left when they shouldn't be turning left in the first place. So what we're now doing is agreeing the reserve matters to allow even more lorries to come and use this route. It's the only route in and out. So if we want, to which there is no condition that says we'll even put back the statutory signage, let alone any of the enhancements that a tiny parish council is now having to use public money to backfill. I frankly think the county council's let us down here, and I frankly think we should stand up to it. I've got a photograph from last week of a Folger lorry turning left into Stowmarket Road. It hit the wall of the listed building at the front, gouged another lump out of that, and we've contacted them, and to which they said, we'll get back to you, and of course they never get back to us. So is there a plan where we can actually put in some infrastructure to make sure that the adequate lorry route and transport links are used, and not the ones that aren't up to speed are used? Yes, there's a lorry ban down Park Road, but frankly, the turning left into Stowmarket Road needs to be sorted out, because it's intolerable now that, that small villages like Weatherden should have to pay for this. Thank you.
So Gemma or Dan, have you got an answer for this?
I'll just say, on the current recommendation, we have got a deliveries management plan to be agreed, so that would include routing. And we have also got a parish liaison group proposal, so that part of that can be fed back, those problems. I think as far as going any further, I am struggling with that because we're at reserve matters.
And what about the colour scheme and the lighting? Can we
So
Like
again,
the
the
lighting,
lighting is,
change the lighting?
lighting's conditions. So again, they'll have to agree hours of use, triggers, so it might be automatic shut-offs, that type of thing.
But can we dial down from what the rest of the site is, or have we just got to go with the whole, the same conditions? Can we dial down the lighting, literally?
I think given that we've got the applicant and the agent here, I think they can read between the lines with what we might want to accept. I think probably we've got the lighting on the rest of the site, but presumably any sort of any sort of reduction on the level of security lighting that needs to be provided is a benefit to the operator anyway.
And the colour scheme?
In terms of colour scheme, we could update the recommendation to include a condition to say, notwithstanding the details shown on the approved plans, prior to works above slab level, we'll have the detail of the alternative colour scheme to be submitted and approved.
Right, back to debate, people. Who'd like to speak? Councillor Hardingham.
I will go back to the active travel aspect, which is something under LP 29 that should be considered. But I think perhaps the book has been closed on that one at this point. But I do have great sympathy for Councillor Mansell and the hazards of using Warren Lane on a bike. I'm still uncertain what might come forward by way of a cycle route between Elmsall and Woolpit, and I would love to see some progress on that.
Councillor Warboys?
Yes, I think this is more of a question. With regards to the lighting, is it managed across the whole site? That's existing buildings plus the proposed buildings, or is each plot responsible for its own lighting schemes?
So in terms of the way that we've conditioned it, in terms of planning, we have to do it plot by plot. So each plot has its own lighting scheme that needs to be agreed.
I see. Okay.
Anyone else like to speak? Come on. Like Councillor Mansell said, this is my tuppence worth. There isn't really much we can turn down this for, but we can fine-tune it. So if people have got any ideas, then I think we're all ears.
It seems to me that we're pretty limited on what we can do, and the colour scheme and changing the lighting on these two plots is probably about as far as we can go. Has anybody got any further suggestions of what we might, positive changes we might make to it?
Is that a proposal, Councillor Hardingham?
If nobody's got anything further to add, then I would say that's a proposal to grant.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys?
Well, I think it's been discussed at length, the lighting and the from the ward member and Councillor Stringer, and the colour scheme. You could hardly pick a worse colour scheme to blend into Suffolk landscape.
I know. I'm prepared to admit my error.
Oh, could you? I think those are the two words I think I wrote down when I read through this: lighting and colour. I think the points about the traffic advice and the routes that needs to be resolved. That's a safety issue which needs to be passed on to Suffolk Highways, and we need a response from them on that grounds. But that's probably out of our control, isn't it? So I'm happy to second this proposal.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? In that case, I will ask the area planning manager to read out the proposal on the table before we go to the vote.
Thank you. Yeah, so again, we're going to delegate authority to the Chief Planning Officer to review subject to the MPPF anticipated changes and to revert if there are material changes, but that subject to that being the case, we would be looking to approve as the recommendation on pages 106 to 107 with an additional condition that the detail of the colour scheme is to be agreed.
Thank you very much. I will now ask, Councillor Stringer.
Also going to say, you mentioned about the delivery and routing. So what are you going to be negotiating there? Because you haven't got a big choice of routes. So what action is that?
No, so that is confirmation on how deliveries will be managed to and from the site. So we'll have an incoming and an outgoing.
Could part of that management be signage?
Within the site, probably yes. External to the site, that's probably subject to agreement with highways.
Councillor Harding, did you want to add something?
No, I think lighting is going to be covered anyway.
Yeah, so both of those were in the recommendation on the papers.
Cool. I'll now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electrical vote then.
Okay, members, that is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 6 votes for, that's carried.
Thank you very much. The next meeting of the Mid-Suffolk Planning Committee will be held on Wednesday the 12th of August at 9:30 a.m. in this council chamber. The meeting is now closed. Thank you very much.